2021 IEEE Second International Conference on Technology, Engineering, and Management for Societal Impact, using marketing, entrepreneurship, and talent, known as TEMSMET. In the year 1951, the Engineering Management Society (EMS) was founded, which later shaped in Technology Management Council (TMC) in 2007. Further, we transitioned to the Technology and Engineering Management Society with the tagline, Leaders Enabling Projects, Services, Success for Good. So Dimple, did you knew this?
I was aware, Smita, however, not in such details. Good that you portrayed the history very well with all of us. So, did you attend the session for last 2 days?
Yes, I did. Indeed, it was a very good and knowledgeable experience.
Right. Hope you all also gained many different insights with pre-conference sessions on 1st December and the conference on 2nd December. And for this, let's thank our partners, IEEE TEMS Pune chapter and IEEE Pune section in association with Symbiosis Institute of Computer Studies and Research, Symbiosis International Deemed University Pune.
Today also we have very different sessions, Dimple, from eminent speakers who will share their expertise with us. So I welcome our first speaker, a technologist with an experience of building products, platforms, solution systems, engineering and design of large systems in industrial automation and IoT. He built high performance and scalable systems for various interdisciplinary applications like telemetry, telematics, instrumentation, healthcare, asset tracking, and resource management. He is also the chair IEEE TEMS Pune chapter. I'm so excited in this morning today to welcome our own Mr. Prashant Joshi for the opening remarks and for sharing TEMS Objective. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone, and good morning to everyone in India, and a brilliant time, whatever it is around the world. I think IEEE is really a global organization, and it is fantastic to be part of such a brilliant organization for a decade and a half, and really exchanging ideas and being with everyone around the world, and bringing ideas to reality. And TEMS, as it stands, has really played a pivotal role in bringing things together. And especially now, the key is to bridging a lot of islands. In fact, many a times technology can get into a set of islands, and these islands need to be bridged. And TEMS has always played the role of bridging these, either providing focus on management, leadership, as well as bringing a lot of practicing committees, practicing groups, industry, together with academia, research institutions. And I think this is how I have personally seen things grow over the last 2 decades. Just to give an example, I've been a large contributor into the telecommunication space. And in my past work, I've been through 2G to now 5G, and I've seen that there is so much amount of collaboration. And this is a collaboration that is amazingly working well by bringing things into practice. And needless to say, I think the medium of internet, the medium of allowing a lot of exchange of ideas through social networking. And I think now, instead of meeting physically, we are having people join in from all around the world. We've been able to connect. And in fact, I'm sure some of our colleagues from out of India would agree that, yes, traveling is great, but sometimes it's also the flexibility that would matter. And I think all the technology that we work on has made it happen. So this is the kind of technology leadership that we would want to foster. We want to make sure that innovation and super innovation happens to change things, but change things responsibly, so that we are not disrupting unnecessarily, that we will cause negative outcomes, as well as the positive outcomes. But we got to make sure that positive outcomes weigh all the negative outcomes that we may have, and we are able to sail through using technology for the mankind and human good. I think that seems to be the core theme that we are looking at. Needless to say, I think taking forward the TEMSMET, a brilliant institution, is also a part of it, and supporting this symbiosis. I think as right from my school time, I have seen this institution and people in this institution. It's just amazing. And IEEE, again, as an engineer, have seen it. They coming together for TEMSMET is a brilliant idea. And these two industry tracks, I think we are on a track 2 today. And I'm really looking forward to the eminent speakers, their ideas, and how these ideas can help bring transformation and change by allowing a lot of leadership coming in industry as well as academia together, and making sure that the young minds, especially those in their 20s who are just beginning their careers with brilliant ideas, also get a vehicle to take their things forward. So I'm really looking forward to it. Again, on behalf of everyone at IEEE and IEEE TEMS in Pune, would want to welcome everybody, and looking forward to brilliant sessions and next 4 hours of really idea sharing as well as adding value to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant sir. And please, I request you to accept the virtual memento.
Thank you.
One of our TEMS value is to foster active knowledge transfer between the academic and practicing communities. With an idea to develop the workforce, today we have an eminent speaker, Dr. Thomas Coughlin, who will share about future workforce. Thomas is experienced owner with a demonstrated history of working in the digital storage industry, skilled in hard disk drives, solid state drives, magnetic tapes, storage area network, network attached storage, cloud storage, professional services, software as a service, business alliance, and business development. He is a strong technical development professional with a PhD in electrical and electronics engineering from the Shinshu University. We are overwhelmed to have you, sir. And over to you, Dr. Thomas.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to screen share. Is that okay? So
Yes,
I can show my presentation.
you can.
Okay, all right. And let's see. Can you see that okay?
Yes, yes.
All right, very good. Thanks again for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be virtually in Pune and talking to more IEEE friends. So today I'm going to talk about an effort that a number of us, you can see the list here, have been involved in, basically doing discussions with a panel of people from all over the world about the future of the workforce. And we did this, well, I'll tell you more details in just a moment here, but I'm Tom Coughlin, and I'm glad to be representing this larger group, which was involved in putting together both these panel discussions, doing a big survey, and I'm going to talk to you about some of the results here. So first of all, why we did this. The pandemic has created stress. It's impacted our existence, values, and our daily lives. You know, it's had impact on societal privacy versus societal benefits. It's dramatically changed the way that we work, the global organization of working, and also supply chain logistics. For instance, I'm in the United States, and there's issues in terms of getting things into our country, for example. And the digital transformation that's already been happening was basically accelerated enormously. And we are forced to use technology for work, education, as well as things we do in our regular private life. And in many cases, it was not not an acceleration. Rather, it was just using this as a crutch. They'll be discarded as soon as conditions allow people to go back to working the way they did. But I think that in many cases, in other cases, and probably most, I think, there will be changes that are going to stay with us well beyond the pandemic. And technology increasingly plays a crucial role in all of this and is becoming essential for our survival. In fact, many of us who were able to work during the pandemic do so only because of the technology that allows us to interact with each other. And predicting the future of the workforce, to the extent that we can do that successfully, will help in addressing the pandemic and even after the pandemic. And it's much more than a hypothetical exercise because things are changing enormously in terms of the way we work and in the way in which employees and the employers are going to be interacting with each other. So I'll move on to the next slide here. So we start out with a hypothesis that the combinations of a number of economic, ecological, technological, and societal factors, and also enabling technological innovations, are going to result in a major shift in the future of the workforce. And that's going to be here even beyond the pandemic, which may have accelerated some of these trends. And to better address these changes requires educating and influencing global industries, academia, and governments through recommendations to better adjust to these changes. And so that's the goal of this activity we did and of the document that we are generating as a result of this work. So here's our goal, basically, and our process, and just some short disclaimers. We held a series of 10 future of the workforce events around the world, okay? And those are with a number of people in each location. It led to, and it's leading to a comprehensive global report, but also each of the events resulted in a regional report that then was aggregated into that global report. And we're doing this as part of IEEE, out of IEEE in Industry Engagement Committee and also the Computer Society. And IEEE will broadly share this report with industries, governments, and academia in order to help people to make better decisions in the future. So the process, this report is successful because of the insights of the people that we're able to get come and join us in our panels. And this contributed to an important and a globally comprehensive and insightful, I think, report. And our intent is to, again, influence industry, legislators, academia, and the IEEE to better adapt to the future of the workforce. And we've actually got a much longer presentation on things that we've found out that I'm going to be able to give today in the short time I've got. Disclaimers are these events held during a span of 9 months. Circumstances were very fluid during that period of time. And while we tried to attend diverse attendees, the ultimate insights were tied to those that we were able to get to attend our events. And the final recommendations were distilled by the authors, and they may not reflect entirely original content. There may be other factors involved here. Now here's a picture of what we did starting actually in December of 2020. We started with Singapore. We met with our first panel in Singapore. And then in January we met in India. I think it was a group of people with the IEEE India staff helping us with that. And then in March we moved to China. This is all virtual, of course. We didn't physically move because we couldn't. So we were in China in March, again helped by IEEE staff in China. And then in April we went to Sub-Saharan Africa and spoke to people there. And then we went to Europe also in April. And then finally in April in Latin America. And then starting in June, we did meetings in various parts in various places in North America. First in the Northeast, and then the West and Midwest in June. And then in Canada, we met in August. And then our final discussion was in the Southeastern United States in September of this year. So from December 2020 until September 2021, a team of 8 volunteers and 8 staff held these 10 2-hour panels with 184 virtual attendees. These were CXOs, they were young professionals, life members, people from government, people from academia. We tried to get, if we could, especially a focus on industry if we could. And we discussed insights based upon 15 factors in 15 technologies, again, including academia, industry, and governmental people. We created 210 slides in preparation for these events and afterwards to report the results of these events. There were 4 external presentations that we gave about this to various organizations in the course of this, and also we gave a panel at IEEE ComSAC conference. We held meetings with IEEE Computer Society to help produce the report, and we also solicited input from other IEEE organizational units to contribute relevant marketing materials that we could include. In addition, we conducted a 10,000 plus member survey on ranking the factors and technologies that we discussed. So next steps, we want to derive insights from that survey, release this report, finish and release this report, which we're hoping will be done this month in December. And then also publicize and use that content in a number of other places, maybe even giving a tour, presenting more on the results, and maybe planning other post-report activities. So let's look at some of these factors. So let's look at societal, economic, and ecological factors, and then also technological factors as well. And these things impact each other, so that none of these exist in isolation. They all interact with each other. And in addition to these different factors, we also have people working in industry, in government, in academia, and then of course, we're technologists, and technology is the key to us being able to do things today in the workforce. So that interacts with all those people and with all these other factors as well. And so here's some examples of these things. Societal factors are increased diversity, equity, inclusion, a more global workforce, ethics and trustworthiness, ecological factors. How do you deal with things like a pandemic like we've been experiencing? Overpopulation, migration of various sorts, and global warming. Economic factors like the rise of emerging economies, changing the way in which people do business, and we'll talk more about that, and a changing balance of power. And also geographical redistribution of resources. On the technological side, we've got people working remotely, we've got distance economies, we've got skills mismatch, but ways to which those skills mismatches can be alleviated, new supply chain developments, safety policies, liabilities, and risks. So it's a pretty complex landscape, and there's a lot of interplay going on here. Let's look a little bit first at the technologies that are going to, let's look now at the technologies rather that are going to impact the future of the workforce. Things like bring your own technology, people bringing phones or tablets in to work with them. Internet of Things of various sorts, whether that be in mostly we're talking consumer here. Education, training, and accreditation, depending on the kind of work you do. And then increasing impact of computing at the edge. And the migration of AI and various things into the stuff we do every day. And that leads us into automation, which includes things like telepresence, work from home, augmented reality, virtual reality, greater use of AI, artificial intelligence, both as to find knowledge and then perhaps to help us to gain skills, robotics and increasing automation of that sort, and then hands-free voice control or even translation services. Then there's infrastructure. Transportation, autonomous or driving assist developments, wireless telecommunication technologies, extreme data centers and more distributed data centers, new types of computing like quantum computing, and then technologies like blockchain that can allow verification of transactions, which can be useful in supply chain management, among other things. And then finally, security. And applying artificial intelligence means to security to make it even better, and smart buildings and smart cities, and the ways in which that can we can provide services to people in this new technological age. So it's again, a complicated interaction of things, both economic, societal, technological, and ecological, that work together and interact with each other. And you can see some of these factors here, and all these things are happening at the same time while we're looking at what's happening to the people, what's happening to the way that they work, and how is this going to impact the workforce. So here's some of the insights we got from these studies that we did. Going at the regional level in Asia, the people we met with showed a lot of care for individuals at the time of the pandemic, in a focus on the general workforce, not just the technological IT workforce or blue or white collar in particular. And also, there was a discussion of a need for practical education of graduates, in addition to what they learn in school, to learn practical applications that they can use when they're out working. In sub-Saharan Africa, there's a focus on broadband, on African-made devices, bias in AI, black versus white, female versus male, and also about when they say the focus on the broadband, it was just availability of the broadband. There's a lot of digital divide there, if you will. In Latin America, they also had expressed a digital divide, especially between cities and the rural areas. And they also discussed the need for providing practical education that can be useful for people in industry. In Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East, purpose was pointed out as being increasingly important. Why are you doing things? They discussed going beyond traditional blue and white collar work to what they called new collar work, and ecosystems that are supplanting corporations, so sort of new ways in which people are working. They also said that one size doesn't fit all, and that and not every process is able to accelerate at the speed that technology would allow it to. In North America, a lot of the discussion was about people, and especially about education, that it's key for people to be able to get retrained to do new things and leading to transformation in the workforce and new loyalties between people and new ways in which teams work together. On the global stage, there are border and sovereignty issues. The pandemic has brought the issues of workforce mobility, equity, and a lot more into a sharp focus. Climatic, political, and social and economic forces are also changing the dynamics. So we're starting to see the frustration, negative effects of forced online or partial online delivery in some cases. And there's some losers and some winners, as is in any event. And again, this rural connectivity divide appears to be a big issue in regions all over the world. So some general observations that we had is some of the industries are severely impacted by pandemics, dramatically reducing demand. And then once the pandemic gets less severe, then some of these came back, and then there were shortages. And technology can help their workforce too, but nothing can substantially reverse the lack of demand. For instance, it's still not recovered. Things like air, cruises, taxis, Uber, etc. Various transportation. Oil and gas for a while there was impacted, though now, at least in the United States, the prices are pretty high. Lack of travel drove down demand for oil at one point, and especially it still has not recovered in the way of tourism, hospitality, and the accommodation industry in general. And some of the technologies and approaches are applicable across many fields. AI and particular techniques can be applied in many applications. Cybersecurity is essential when everything goes digital to protect you against malicious behavior. And digital transformation in general, using more and more digital processes, becoming more common, in fact, was crucial in being able to continue to operate and run economies during the pandemic. And disaster recovery of manufacturing supply chain is showing similarities actually to disaster recovery in a data center. How can you get back once you've been hit by something like this? In healthcare, one of the sectors most impacted by COVID-19 in terms of the workforce and resources, there's amazing speed in vaccine creation and setup of data analytics and need for interoperability. And there's increasing use and need for robots, digital health passports, digital twins to control people and generate awareness, and a sharp increase in telemedicine, reported to be a 400% increase in the United States and 450% in Europe. So some recommendations from our report. First, the transformation of factors. We're going from more regional workforce to a much more global workforce market. We're going from people working primarily in the office to what in the future is probably going to be a lot more both remote and in-office working. And in many cases, moving from just looking at what are the benefits I get to why am I doing this? What is my purpose? Do I feel satisfied in doing this? In the United States, for instance, there's something called the Great Resignation. A lot of people who don't find satisfaction in their work are basically finding other things to do or starting their own businesses. Moving from perhaps a corporate structure to maybe something that's a bit more complicated, more of an ecosystem. And then innovation hubs like Silicon Valley are being impacted in interesting ways. For instance, some companies in the Bay Area where I live have moved to, for instance, in Texas, but their employees didn't necessarily move. They moved the corporate headquarters. Then there's societal factors. Continuing education, it's not just continuing, it's perhaps perpetual education moving forward. Again, the idea of moving from traditional white blue-collar type jobs to a much more amorphous type of work that people do, new-collar jobs, if you will. Diversity, including becoming broader, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and work not just as a means of living, but as a means for fulfillment. And with more than one employer expected during your lifetime, and therefore continuous change. Ecological factors are important. Protecting the planet, that's become even more important, returning to the planet, giving back. Treaties have been signed. There's some efforts towards more collaboration to deal with ecological factors. And on the technological side, moving not just from automation to automation that runs itself, more autonomous devices, and moving not just from homogeneity, generalization, but to heterogeneity, which is a specialization of devices and technology, and some social networks of humans to not just that, but also sensor networks of machines, and going beyond stovepipes to interdisciplinary technologies that break down silos and get people to work together in ways they've never done before. There's also transformation in technologies. Corporate IT and devices are going to a much broader variety of things. The economic divide in education has to be addressed, and there has to be ways of getting education so it can meet the needs of more people. And then running things centralized in data centers is moving to a lot more at the edge. Automation is taking a bigger role. Moving not just from telepresence to actual virtual environments, digital twins, and moving into even more immersive and capable ways of applying technology. And robots, not just in fenced environments, but also in real-time responsive collaboration with human beings. On the infrastructure side, we're seeing enormous changes there, both in driving and transportation, in communications, even in computing technologies, or applications of quantum first to communications, and then finally into quantum computing in the future. And again, voice recognition, hand-free voice control, and even automatic translations. And security is also a very important factor in this. So here's some recommendations. In the industry, it's about people. Focus on them, and governments look at the roles of sustainability of the technology, enable people to be able to work in these new ways. In academia, there's going to be a real demand for practical training, and interdisciplinary, and it's going to be a global market. And we need to find ways in doing this cost effectively and helping to raise people up from wherever they are now to where they need to be in the future. So overall, the pandemic has created stress on our existence, values, and daily lives, but we have been using technology to react to this pandemic as in other areas, and it's going to have an impact on the workforce. And I think it's going to lead ultimately to more aggressive applications of technology to deal with issues in new ways, necessity being the mother of invention. So in general, the prediction and trends are always popular. Now these are very useful, we hope. And we're going to continue to experiment, and we'd love to get your input on our predictions, and tell us what we've missed, what's different. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you about this today. And I'm open to questions if you have time.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for an insightful session on workforce.
There's my virtual prize. Thank you very much.
Kindly accept the token of gratitude.
I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have Dr. Eduardo Ahumada Tello. He's a professor in information technologies and management science at University of Baja, California. He also has been appointed as a guest lecturer in universities in France, Spain, Bolivia, United Kingdom, and Mexico. He's received his PhD in education from University Iberoamericana, working on creation and analysis of knowledge societies, and his PhD in management science from UABC, focusing on competitiveness and business strategies in knowledge-based firms. He would introduce us to subjective well-being and competitiveness in knowledge-based firms. Over to you, Professor. Professor?
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
I'm very glad to be here. I thank the organizer for inviting me. I'm gonna talk about this important issue about subjective well-being in knowledge-based firms, and is that one of the research lanes that we are following here in my research group. So I'm gonna share with you my desktop. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, Professor, we can see your screen.
Thank you. So to begin with this, thank you for the presentation. I'm from Tijuana, Mexico. We are in the border to California in the United States. So you can locate us more accurately if you think in California, San Diego, Los Angeles. So the subject for this lecture is going to be about happiness management and subjective well-being. That it is something that we use to manage like something that are equal. What about our outline is going to be the background, history in the industry and society, human factor, happiness, relevance, and our conclusions. So to begin with the background, we all understand now that the development of organization in this industry 4.0 era is based on processes and of automation, of advanced manufacturing, profitability, and focus on economic growth. And the threat that the workforce is going to be substituted by machinery, by machine automation. So these processes may affect people, works, and the way they have to be prepared to face these challenges that are that we are unable to stop it or to change them. We're gonna depend every day more and more into technology. So we need to be more more open to new knowledge and to new ways to work with people not in a present way, like the doctor previous to me was talking about. So this is the industrial policy for the new generation is based on 4 pillars. Every sector, industrial or sector, economical sector strategies should be focused on the supplier development, so they always have the chain of production not affected, but any anomaly in this process. Also in the human talent, it is based on regions, on exploit the competences or the thing that we are very more good than other regions in the world. So it is important to understand what are our capabilities, what are the most important capabilities that we have, so we can exploit them, and also in innovation, and always try to develop new ways to do things, to share knowledge, to create knowledge, and to be able to expand it to society. These are the global trends. We can see them all over the place. We always talk about this kind of new technologies that we are facing right now, that mobile internet, automation of knowledge work. And here in the automation of knowledge at work, of knowledge work, it is important to understand that previous to this era, all the knowledge is only possible to be created by humans. Only humans are able to create new things from data and to build another point of view to the reality they are surrounded by. But now we have some phenomena that include a couple of computers interact between each other, creating a new language, so they have to be shut down. I don't have right now the reference to give it to you, but that is something that we in the society will several times talk about that. How the artificial intelligence is becoming every single day more similar to our intelligence. So in the future, it's going to be acceptable that the new knowledge can be obtained through computers, through machinery. So it is that is a very important challenge that we're facing right now as a society, as a group. No? So in the industry and society 4.0, we have to we're gonna remember some of the characteristics that the other industrial revolution had before the fourth that we are living right now. In the first industrial revolution, the mechanical manufacturing, water and steam operated engineering, this was the first revolution in economic point of view or an industrial point of view that began to replace humans as the main factor to develop products or to do some activities. So it is important to understand that was the first one that replaced men from the process of production. Then became the second industrial revolution with its own characteristic, mass production, electrical operating engineering, and so on. The third revolution, the fourth revolution. In the fourth revolution we're living right now, there's interconnected technology. We have plans, or we already have in some countries, the technology that communicate between each other. You can communicate a fridge with an application, so you can know by another application what kind of ingredients you have into the fridge, and then what kind of food you can cook with those ingredients. And then if you want to do something that is not going to be able to cook with the ingredients that you have, you can order in that moment. Those applications began to interact between every technology is going to be connected between each other. So the technology is going to warn us about everything before even we notice that there's something new in the environment. So that's why it is very important what is happening right now in the fourth industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution, it could be the one that we see that computer began to be, that we begin to have robots, and we have computers that make several things, several tasks that humans do before them. But now in the fourth industrial revolution, the machines are going to replace another point of works or activities that we are the one that used to do it. You know? So these are the technological pillars, the most important on the industry 4.0. It is kind of similar to this one. So we are not going to be talking much about this, but these are the disruptive technologies that we can see right now in every country, mainly in the developed countries, no? Not in the developing countries. Is more different the reality that they are living. So also technology is bringing a bridge, it's opening a bridge between societies that are developed and societies that are working to be a developed one. Challenges in the industry 4.0 era are in the ways of new business model, regulatory environment, human factors, disruptive technologies, and also inclusive development. So a new business model, Joe Kaiser, President and CEO of Siemens, he says this line, she says the fourth industrial revolution is not about technology or business, it's about society. So society, it's going to be the main, it should be the main focus that we have when we work in technology. And we can see that new business models are arising, and we have a lot of firms that are valued more than $1,000 million, and they have less than 15 years of operation. These kind of firms, they're calling unicorn firms. You can see here several ones, and in China, this is the most important. Flipkart, $15 billion, is one of the unicorn firms. No? We also have the countries with unicorn firms as of June of 2020. You can see the United States is the lead one, then China, United Kingdom, India with 21 industries with worth of more than $1 billion, And there are very young firms. They have less than 15 years working. In Latin America, the only country that has this or that has a lot is Brazil with 7. The regulatory framework is now it's one of the challenges of this new era because you need to be adapted to the new reality. You need to have new how to cross borders, the privacy rules, personal data, and so on that are changing because the new ways of doing business is very different than it was 2-3 decades ago. The human factor. Human factor in Mexico, it's almost the first completely digital generation already represents the main workforce in Mexico. So the people who were born in 1990 represent in the 1990s and so on, represent the mainly workforce in Mexico. And it's very similar to all other countries. There are young people who grow with the technology and at the hand. They always have technology. They always use it, and they are used to be. They are very related to use it. According to Deloitte, nearly 70 million people between the ages of 18 and 59 in the country, about 50% are millennials. They are the workforce in Mexico. According to the Deloitte projection, by 2025, they will represent 75% of the workforce, the millennials, the people who grow up with the technology that we are using right now. And we have another people who are entering higher societies, higher educations, do so in social science studies, law, and business. 44.7% of people who study in the university study social science. So we need to change that and impose young people to study more technology, more science, and the STEAM paradigm. So this is the threat of job substitution. We have here a list of several different jobs that have the probability to be replaced by machines. So recreation therapists are the less probability to be substituted by a machine. But if you work as telemarketers, then you have 99% to be the probability to be substituted by a machine. So in this link, you can see in a global scale what are the chances that one job can be replaced by a machine, a software, or a process. That's why human factors are invited to work in their soft skills that are still not very developed to use by a machine. So we have complex systems, solving, critical thinking, creativity, and so on. And we have complex problem solving, also coordinating with others, people management. You can see these are soft skills. They are not technical. They are not technical skills. So people with technical knowledge should increase their skills, their soft skills to maintain competitive in the market. No? Happiness, relevance. Happiness is now an approach very important because people need to find a purpose in their own lives. So the work is the place where we spend more of the time that we have in the day. So we need to be in an environment that satisfies us not only as a professional, but as a person, as an integral person that includes the work that we are doing, and then we are feeling like a satisfaction with the thing that we do, and in the time that we apply to every one of them. So happiness, well-being, leadership, and productivity are related. There are a lot of papers that talk about this, that you can talk about the way that we, as person, we need to be more precise to do things that increase our satisfaction, personal satisfaction, and our relation with other people. You can see these 3 examples of firms that are making strategies to try to give their own employees more feelings, more sensations of personal growth, and they can turn the sadness or their boredom into happiness, into satisfaction with life. Why is this important? These are another concept. You can see that Harvard University already have a share in the program of happiness, and other universities too. India have a lot of people working in this area. They including the Harvard chapter, the Harvard chair has people from India working in this area. There are a lot of concepts that we can talk about this. I'm gonna leave it like this in this point because I want to conclude because my time is almost over. And I want to talk about that. The conclusion is that we have disruptive technologies. We're not gonna stop this trend. It's gonna be the new reality, and it's gonna be greater. It's gonna substitute more. There are a lot of issues in our own lives that are gonna be affected by these technologies. Issues that I haven't had the time to include it in this lecture, but they are in our lives. By example, you can see, I recommended you to see the movie that is called Her. Joaquin Phoenix is the protagonist in that movie, and you can see what kind of new paradigms are emerging. I'm living like that, so if you wanted to explore that movie, it's going to be okay. And the last thing that I want to mention to you is that the new emergence of Society 5.0 is a Japanese point of view of society, that everything has to work for society. All the things that we are evolving is to make people happy. That's the main reason for our work, for the development of new technologies, and that it has to be one of them on the core studies or the core curriculum that every engineer do when they study at the school. Thank you for your attention. I'm just gonna show you. And let me see if I can show you here that we are working here with our colleagues. This is in Spanish. I don't know if you can see it, but I hope you are. This is a seal of quality of happiness cultural routes. So this is in tourism sector, but I want to show you that we are working with firms in the tourism sector. So the people are happy because that sector is more likely to be related to happiness, because you go to vacations to be happy, no? So we have already our own patent in Spain, and we are going to create a certification process for industries in this sector. These are our future works, and we want to expand to other areas. Thank you very much. I hope I don't exceed my time. I don't have I'm like 1 minute, I think, but well, this is my, you can reach me by this contact, and if you have any question, I will gladly to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for such an informative session on subjective well-being and competitiveness in knowledge-based firms. So kindly accept the token of gratitude from all of us. Thank you.
Dimple, I would like you to
interfere
here. Only 1 minute. Can we all open the camera so that we can take a memorable screenshot?
Sure, Rashri ma'am.
Request all of you to open your cameras. Who is managing this? Prakash?
Ma'am, I am managing.
Okay, fine. Just announce to us so that we all will smile.
Everyone smile. Ma'am, it's done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Tom. Amazing sessions.
Thank you, everyone. So now we move ahead with our next speaker of the day, Mr. Biswajit Mahapatra, Partner and Executive Director, IBM. Biswajit sir is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai with more than 25 years of experience in strategy consulting, digital reinvention, technology innovation, and practice incubation. He has deep expertise in blockchain, IoT, AI/ML, data analysis, cybersecurity, and other exponential technologies. He is recognized as a global top 50 thought leader and influencer on cloud computing, and a Business Leader of the Year 2021 on cloud computing. He's received 15 plus CIO awards for his contribution towards IT innovation. He is DevOps Institute Global Ambassador and AWS APN Ambassador. He has several patents, publications, and is a regular speaker in national and international conferences. He is also a member, Board of Studies for Faculty of Computer Science and at Symbiosis University, board member of IIBA Pune chapter, and the board advisor for Asian African Chambers of Commerce and Industry. And today, he would be sharing his point of view on leadership, which is also a part of our TEMS vision. Over to you, Biswajit sir.
Okay, many thanks, Dimple, for the nice introduction. Let me quickly share my desktop.
It's up, sir.
Okay, good day, everyone. What a beautiful day it is, and I'm so excited to be here with you all today. I'm going to talk on technology leadership and the new normal. Great presentations by my previous presenters, Dr. Tom and Dr. Eduardo. As you all know, the whole world has changed for all of us, and so has risk. The pandemic has provided us unique opportunities along with so many challenges. The entire enterprise is today reshaping and rebuilding. The world is becoming more intelligent, more interconnected, and more instrumented. That's, of course, giving all of us opportunities to think differently, to act differently, and to collaborate differently. Dr. Eduardo talked about disruptive technologies. Disruption is inevitable today. With the disruptions, reinvention is also extremely essential. There is evolution of a new business paradigm. And if we really talk about those three paradigm shifts that's happening in the business today, it works around three different levers. The first lever is all about new business models. Enterprises today are trying to reinvent their business process, reshape the entire industry. In the same time, there are different ways to find out various market activation techniques that's prevalent all around us today. The second lever is all about new ways of doing work. Focus on actionable insights, How can we leverage artificial intelligence or machine learning and other exponential technologies to get meaning out of those large amount of data that have been created all around us today? There is focus on responsive operations. How can I make my business more responsive? And as we all know, today's businesses are rebuilding around experiences. So how do I provide right response to my operations to make my business more futuristic? It's extremely important too. The third lever is all about building new expertise. How we can focus on building restless talent, that's every leader's thought dilemma today. And as we all know, the entire talent building, talent transformation aspects has completely taken a U-turn. If you really look at few years back, probably the talent was going to the workplace. But today, the syndrome is the work comes near the talent. So as leaders, as managing technology within our enterprises, within our organizations, we really need to build that restless talent to align to the new age of doing things. Focus on orchestrated ecosystem. Gone those days where you can stand up and say that I can do all my business together because I am a large enterprise, I have a lot of capability to do so. Today's business needs collaboration. Today's business needs cooperation. And today's business also needs co-execution. So you need to partner. Maybe what you used to consider as a competition today, I call it as competition, which is basically your competition and cooperation all together to become successful in today's business. And that's actually giving rise to evolution of a cognitive enterprise. When I talk about cognitive enterprise, the journey towards transformation towards a cognitive enterprise is built on culture of agile innovation, ecosystem collaboration, lot of exponential technologies that we hear from previous speakers as well, that's prevalent today. And the way technology was changing few years back, probably the pace of acceleration is very, very high today. And that brings in additional challenges to the leaders to manage the technology, to manage the people, and rightly align people to deliver those technologies. Cognitive automation. I talked about the artificial intelligence and machine learning that's becoming prevalent for every aspect of business today. Data, which is your new natural resource, is completely getting democratized. So how do you really bring in that interoperability of aspects of data into your business? It's of paramount importance. And then so much next-gen applications that's getting built in every second as we speak is also helping to pave the way for that cognitive transformation. And all those, to remember, are built upon a very open, secured, hybrid multi-cloud platform. So as part of managing those technologies, new age leadership plays an extremely, extremely important role. And more so when the entire business, entire leadership transformation is going to happen over a disruptive digital virtual future. When I talk about virtual digital platform that is going to align the new age leadership, it's based upon three unique layers, three distinct layers. The first layer is we as new age leaders need to focus on delivery foundation. Delivery foundation is all about how can you ensure that your business is shifting to cloud. When you are shifting to cloud, your focus needs to be on resilient infrastructure. You have to build pervasive platforms to make your business very futuristic. And then with the advent of a lot of digital transformation technologies and advent of digital transformation aspects, how do you ensure, how do you embed security into every step of your process? It's critical. The second aspect of leadership is all about humans in the network. Virtual engagement, the entire engagement model has changed. Entire decision-making aspects have changed as well, right? If you really look at the old way of top-down leadership today is no longer valid. Today, leadership is more democratized. Decision-making is more distributed. So it's of very important for all the new age leaders to keep the employee engaged, and more so when you are working on a virtual model. And if I give you some example, maybe I am hiring some of my team members whom I have not really met for more than a year now, right? How do you keep them engaged? How do you really imbibe that culture and that transparency within them so that they get aligned to your mission, your vision, and get engaged to delivery based? Trust and transparency is again extremely critical aspect that new age leaders really need to take care of, right? Trust, transparency, personal accountability, personal responsibility, and integrity is going to play very, very critical role when the entire operation is digital and virtual. Global talent standards. Yes, there is a lot of benefit of global talent standards. That probably one of the benefit that pandemic has given us. Today, sitting in IBM, probably I can have access to the entire global talent and make the right talent available for the right work at the right time. No longer I am limited to whether I'm looking for people in India, I'm in Pune, or I'm looking for people in Mexico, or looking for people in Michigan in US, right? The entire talent landscape has expanded for me, which is going to help my business better. But in the same time, managing the global talent brings in additional responsibilities that new age leaders need to be aware of and take care of. Ubiquitous knowledge management. When you are operating on global virtual scale across the globe, knowledge management is going to play extremely important role. Contactless delivery. We saw in the previous presentation, you have to move from the automated operations to autonomous operations. How do you bring in automated process, method, and tools, shift to a seamless virtual collaboration? That's going to be one of the key parameters that new age leaders really need to look at. Virtual commercials, bringing in transparency and trust and personal accountability again into the end-to-end governance process is going to redefine the new age leadership capabilities and new age leadership approach. So technology leadership has changed in the new normal. As you know, when you are introducing a new technology in your organization, whether it's technology planning or whether it's technology innovation, technology forecasting, technology absorption, technology diffusion, or doing the technology transfer within your enterprise, some of the key tenets that pandemic has really taught us is basically how can I empower my employee and get the engagement going that will make my business successful. As you all know, leadership and leaders are those who creates the organizational culture, who influence the organization culture, and the organization culture influences employee engagement, and employee engagement, the engaged employees drives right business outcomes. So we as leaders really need to create that organization culture to improve the employee experience, to improve the employee engagement, so that we drive better business outcomes. Re-embedding change as a fundamental cultural principle. So that we need to really imbibe as part of our leadership mantra. Focus more and more on personalized experiences. And today, when we talk about the Gen Zs who are coming to the workforce, and maybe when I talk to some of the newer joinees and younger joinees in my organization, probably people are more looking at, okay, hey, why can't I really work for 3 months and pursue 9 months where my passion is all about, right? So those are the kind of fundamental shifts that are happening at a workplace today. So how do you manage that? How do you really give opportunities in a crowdsourcing model to help all the people who could participate over a framework to deliver solutions, to deliver software, and in the same time do what their passions do, do what their passion is all about. And many large organizations have really started practicing those. And in the same time, there are a lot of platforms that is coming up today through many startup organizations to support those, focus on redesigning the work and focus on delivering those personalized experiences. Recreating elastic business models in terms of whether you want to operate on a fixed model or a variable model is again another leadership capability that new age leaders needs to be aware of. AI everywhere. So we call it as the strategy is all around hybrid, all on hybrid cloud and AI. How can we institutionalize AI and enable intelligent workflows starting from our HR processes that can provide more benefits to our employees, or building probably a gaming way of motivating employees and keeping the employees engaged in terms of their learning, in terms of their enablement, in terms of their certification, so that the learning goes on and they acquire those related skills through those gamification aspects. Pervasive protection is the new security paradigm. I talked about that. When we are moving everything to the security, everything to the cloud and everything digital, we need to really think about how do we manage those physical as well as logical security, and how do we establish the entire perimeterless zero trust security within our organizations. Most important tenet, how do we establish the business continuity planning in terms of our strategic capability in the time if something really needs to be managed when things goes wrong, or when there is a requirement of business continuity planning. So just to summarize what I'm trying to say, it's very important for new age leaders and leadership skills to reimagine what it takes to lead. And I classify this into 4 different areas. As a new age leader, we need to have the producer mindset, the investor mindset, the connector mindset, and the explorer mindset. With the producer mindset, every leader needs to focus more and more on customers with analytics. Customer centricity is extremely important to stay relevant and stay successful in the business place. Focus on execution, focus on outcome. Investor mindset, the second tenet. I have seen many times the leaders are more focused on delivering shareholder value, but the entire mindset needs to take a sea change. Along with delivering the shareholder value, every leader needs to focus on, every leader needs to dedicate for sustainable growth. The third mindset change is the connector mindset. We talked about collaboration. How can we really bring together diverse stakeholders, your partners, your vendors, your employees, all the stakeholders, your customers together and try to achieve the objective as a shared goal? That's the connector mindset we as new age leaders need to focus on. The last tenet is the explorer mindset. We need to be absolutely open for change, and we need to be agile, flexible, and nimble in our operations. If I talk about my personal mantra that I practice as an IBM leader, 4 important parameters again. Always try to become vulnerable. There is so much to learn from every employee, no matter at what level within the organization the employee is working today. So be vulnerable, be open to learn, unlearn, and relearn all the time. Foster collaboration and do not be afraid to disrupt. Failure is okay. Fail fast and fail forward, so that next time you get up and try walking, you are actually 2 steps ahead. So try to fail forward. Failing is absolutely fine in the current context. Key leadership practices. Client centricity is key. We talked about that. You have to treasure your wild dogs within your organization. Focus on continuously transforming. Listen for the need. Envision the future. As a leader, this is extremely important capability. Dare to create original ideas. Collaborate, unite to get things done together. Nothing replaces your experience and expertise. So try to influence through your expertise, not because of your leadership position. Restlessly reinvent yourselves to bring in newer concepts, newer approaches to deliver your business. And the last one, focus on building mutual trust. When you achieve building mutual trust, mutual responsibility and accountability with your employees, that will make you more successful and help you grow. Managing uncertainty and navigating the complexity in such complex situations, as you see, most of the traditional CXOs or the decision makers, the leaders, their approach was more a point-to-point solution. I have a problem and I need to address that with a single solution. Today's business, you cannot really operate on a point-to-point model as a leader, because you never know what's the next pandemic or next challenge that's going to struck you in next few months. It's so unpredictable. So you as leaders need to do scenario envisioning. You need to think about your probable, possible, and plausible outcomes and make yourself prepared for that. That's probably is going to be the advice that probably I will give as a leader, that every CXO and CIO really needs to focus upon. And end of the day, your target as a leader is going to be build that resilient business that is going to survive for a long time to come. And when I talk about resiliency, what comes to my mind is a small microscopic creature that you see on the screen called tardigrade. It's a small microscopic creature which can withstand the most frigid conditions as well as the most hottest conditions. It can stay without food, without water for a long period of time. Over a period of time, tardigrade have made it so much resilient and so much rugged that it can withstand any unforeseen event that can be thrown upon the creature. We as business really needs to build that tardigrade resiliency in coming days at whatever state, at whatever scale we are there today. So let's together innovate at scale, be intelligent on our operation, be responsive to the change, and do not forget moving to hybrid multi-cloud as a foundation. That's all I wanted to share with all of you guys. I'm not sure how I'm doing in time, but happy to take any questions if we have some time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Biswajit sir, for an insightful session on leadership. I'm sure we all have gained good knowledge on it. And kindly accept the token of gratitude from all of us for sharing your knowledge with us.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful session.
Thank you. And now we have privilege to listen to a disruptive innovator. His strength lies in identifying and investing in next generation technologies. He believes in encouraging entrepreneurship within the organization. As one of the most inspiring data analytics innovator, he has been recognized by many international awards and accolades. Some of them include Analytics Innovation by SAP, EFQM's Business Excellence Award, Entrepreneur of the Year by World Corp USA, Deloitte's India Technology Fast 50. It's none other than Dr. Prashant Pansere. Under his leadership, Rubyscape Lab, a new age data science platform company, is all set to be the forefront of technology innovation in artificial intelligence, machine learning, Industry 4.0, and business analytics. He is also the founder and global CEO of Interdisciplinary Group, a niche and well-respected global business analytics company. Over to you, Prashant sir, for your insights on emerging technologies are the need of our.
Thank you, Dimple. I hope I'm audible, visible.
Yes, you're audible, sir.
And if you can allow me to share the screen.
Sure, sir.
Yes, Prashant, you can.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, IEEE and SICSR, Dr. Rajeshri ji, for inviting me in this August gathering. It's always wonderful to be talking to the young data enthusiasts and students at SICSR and IEEE. I'm going to make it a little concise and brief. And just to add to the introduction, that Dimple was making, I'm also founder of Rubyscape, India's first unified data science platform. And what I intend to do is to share with you that what is happening in the industry. And there has been, a buzz around how Indian talent is actually doing well in the global arena. And the recent one, adding to that was at the helm of Twitter, an Indian again making it. And there are so many, news that were floating. And I'm sure you must have also, got some of the humorous, padhega India, to aage badhega America. And I actually picked up one, graphic, which actually was quite thought-provoking, which was in that context itself, that somebody actually posted on the social media that there's so much of a buzz around an Indian taking up the leadership position in Twitter, but nobody's really talking about the coup being promoted by an Indian entrepreneur as a challenger of Twitter. And that's also is going to be one of the theme that when we are talking about disruption and innovation, Indian industry and Indian talent is coming the age. And it is not only about India as an IT service economy, but how India is becoming, a startup nation, how India is becoming a innovation hub in information technology area, and how we can move from an IT capital to IP capital as a nation. And that has been an inspirational guiding force. So I'm going to actually touch upon while we are actually getting ourselves equipped or affected, with this whole digital wave. How can we be creators rather than only the consumers or service providers? And that's the central theme. Probably, let me just put this. I don't know how to minimize this. Okay, just a minute. So I will talk about the change potential, and what I mean by change potential. The change has already happened, and the previous speakers have talked about the global pandemic, the lockdown effect, and post lockdown, what is likely to happen. So the change is the constant factor. And friends, if you don't change, change will change you. So what in this context the change means is that if you look at these three dimensions of work, workforce, and workplace, all these three dimensions have changed, right? And recent lockdowns have actually woken up the entire world, whether it is government, countries, whether it is societies, families, industry, every aspect has changed. And when we talk about technology and digital, this artificial intelligence, computer vision, AR, VR, it's a new normal. It's a reality. And you are seeing that, last probably a year or so, and, coming years, we will see the complete automation and the virtual ways of work and the future skilling in that context. No longer, a traditional software developer is going to be relevant, but how can you equip yourself to what is being defined as a future skill by United Nations? And hence I say that it is the change potential. There's a tremendous opportunity we have on hand, because if you see that what these digital technologies are doing, they're creating a huge need and a potential in the global markets, as especially in the context of data, because that's the industry that I come from. And when we talk about data ecosystem, I feel that at the core of every digital transformation, there's data democratization, right? Look at, say, fintech for that matter, how it is democratizing data so that everybody can practice into that bandwagon, right? Just the payment gateways being open through APIs by the government of India, and we have surpassed the entire world in digital transactions and online payment gateways during the lockdown. I was very proudly reading a report about a week back where Indian startup funding and the unicorns have surpassed Chinese investments, in last quarter. Now, what does these mean is that they're indicators that Indian technological revolution is coming the age, and there's a tremendous potential. And when we talk about this need, how it can be met, how can disruption happen by leveraging these data assets? How can you leverage your net data worth? And hence there is an emergence of the new age entrepreneurs and OTT applications, what we call, right? Be it the Netflix or the Swiggy, Zomatos, and Ubers of the world. They're not only the simple mobile applications, but they're aggregators. And underneath, they have very powerful data platforms that are actually helping them in managing hyper scalability, customer experience, and customer innovation. And that is the context of the solution that I'm talking about. What is also important is that to know that what is the market potential for this. And if you see, this Allied Market Research recently has published, these indicators that analytics, data science, artificial market is expected to be almost $420 billion by 2027. And that's humongous. One of the fastest growing technological segment within IT arena. And that will give you a perspective that, as they say that, fish where the big fishes are, right? And nobody's fishing. So there's a huge market in coming days. Now, when we look at this change potential, what's also very important is how does this data ecosystem is actually shaping up? And purposely I have actually chosen this title that too many with too much of an hassle, right? So how can we do, so to say, the Uberization of data ecosystem, right? Instead of you buying and maintaining a vehicle, driving it, finding the parking place, fueling it, driving it, actually imposes a lot of restriction. And even if you look at the economics of it, the per mile, how much your ride is costing if you own the vehicle or you take a ride, right? It's uncomparable. So hence I feel that the Uberization of data ecosystem is very essential. And if you actually see this ecosystem, I'm sure that you know that there are hundreds of tool sets. When we talk about the data sources, data engineering, data science, and data visualization or analytics, right? Too many tools are there. Now, as an innovator, as a disruptor, when you're thinking of a new age idea or a disruptive idea, what's your core focus? What's your business? I mean, do you want to be a disruptor or you just want to become the software integrator, by plugging in too many tools and managing the infrastructure and the talent and all of that. In fact, one of the very popular retail tech company recently being acquired by a global multinational, one of the reasons was their operational costs were shooting up, and their investment in software development and maintaining those overheads were actually killing the profits, and there was an investor pressure, and the very good company actually had to be merged with a large multinational because they could not really focus on their core competence. What I'm saying is that, was their business a retail tech, or their business was running the software development house for a retail business? And that is where platforms, new age platforms like Rubyscape actually come handy, which are providing the unification, right? And how can you build this entire platform stack into one single seamless server, or as probably as a cloud as a service, data as a service, or analytics as a service, insight as a service. And that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. And it's so good that if Indian innovators are coming the age, it will be also good to have such kind of a technology startup ecosystem coming from India. And let me explain that how does this ecosystem really works. So at the foundation level, what we have is the big data infrastructure. This is where your compute platforms and your the cloud mobility and everything you have. We classify that in this context as big data, which is in main two categories, structured and unstructured data. And in today's context, unstructured data is a gold mine. Why I say so is the data that is being generated on social conversations or videos, images, speech, locations is actually growing almost double every 18 months. And most of the companies are struggling to leverage that data to understand their customer behaviors and meaningfully engage with them by infusing their brand message. And they're also thinking that how can they be engaged on a real time and a permanent basis with their customers rather than just selling them a product or a technology one time, right? And let me explain that to you. When you have something like maybe social media or maybe some of the payment gateways, right? Anytime now you're going shopping, you actually are using your digital wallet and a payment gateways for making the transaction. Now understand, Your OTT or a digital wallets are the products that are not giving the transaction one time, but these companies are engaged with you on a real-time basis, on a permanent basis. That's the experience they're creating, right? Even if you look at your social media or mobile applications, your engagement there is so high that you are no longer using your digital diaries for storing the phone numbers and address book for wishing your friends. You're using social media technology. And what these companies are doing is creating a real-time experience and an engagement where you're buying, shopping, connecting with people real-time on these platforms. And understand that how these technological ways have changed your life. And that is what I mean by when you understand this big data infrastructure is not only about the hardware platforms, compute and cloud technologies, or it is not only the social technologies, but it goes beyond that. And most of the businesses are actually finding it very, very difficult to how they can engage with their customers using these technologies. And if we speak about the data science and artificial intelligence context, the Gartner defines it as XOps. These are simple 4 different data workplaces that we define that actually help you in managing your technology landscape to accelerate your business idea. Data ops, for instance, is basically the persona or the workplace that help you handle data engineering side of it, right? Imagine that you are a computer vision company and you are providing the image processing solutions to say smart urban mobility, maybe the smart cars, autonomous cars, or your metros in accident prevention. How can you do real-time object identification and generate alert alarm rule-based engines that can help the autonomous vehicle to prevent accidents? Now, if that is your use case or that is your idea, you have to think that how you do your data ops, because the kind of data that you would like to pull in is not only about from the sensors of your vehicle or an engine, but you're also building that in your machine learning models. And it is also as it is moving on the roads, you're also capturing the location data, right? So when you're capturing the data from various sources, what are the tools and techniques that are required for you to build your machine learning models to be able to bring in not only the accuracy in your predictions, but the real-time performance, right? One of the good example that I can give you is, when you are posting a photo, a group photo on social media, it instantaneously asks you, do you want to tag your friends? What is that technique called? It's computer vision using GPU processors. It is helping you in doing the face recognition, right? Actually, it is free to you. Look at this artificial intelligence image processing use case. It is free to you. More importantly, that when you're doing that, it is actually happening that in real time, probably in fraction of seconds. Just imagine that you're uploading a photo and it is taking 3, 4, 5 minutes to recognize image. Probably your interest level is gone, right? So how can you do things at the spur of the moment? And that is what is a technological advantage. So when you're building your data pipelines, how effectively you are engineering your data for these real-time feeds, and that's something that is done in data ops. ML ops, which is often referred as machine learning ops or model ops, is the core of your data science experimentations or model building, and it has the specialized techniques and toolkits that are required for prediction engine, forecasting engine, or a text mining engine. And how can you harness that to build your machine learning models? Now, what we have done is we have actually simplified the data science work or complexity at core and bring that into the unified seamless visual interface that actually helps you in bringing the impact or your ideas innovation impact in real time in a very, very easy and effective way. So this is the way in which today's low code, no code data platforms actually provide a superiority for the new age innovators. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is that whatever is the choice of technology, whatever is the idea that you are actually thinking of, it actually goes through this kind of, a framework. And when you want to build something relevant in the market today, it has to be highly secure and hyper scalable. How can you pick up the data which can be for the large numbers? And that is the reason why every organization, whether it is a startup or a large enterprise or even a government, are actually battling this challenge of handling the diversity, the volumes and velocity of the data. Hence I thought that it is important to share it. Now, what is also important, I talked about future skilling, how from a data enthusiast to a data scientist, your journey can be mapped. And you see that suddenly there is an explosion of the various kind of skilling programs that are coming up. And does it mean that everybody has to become a software engineer or Python programmer for effectively doing data science or decision sciences? If you want to be a disruptor, it is like you learning to drive a car, right? You don't aspire to make a career as a driver, but it is essential that okay, you learn to drive a car. And maybe if you desire to own a car, it is always better you drive it, but you're not thinking of acquiring that skill to become a driver, right? For someone it might be a profession, but most of the people who own the car might not think of that as a career option. Similarly, when you are actually wanting to be a disruptor, when you want to be a decision scientist, you want to be a data scientist, not necessarily you have to first think that, oh, can I be a programmer? Can I acquire a skill set, right? That probably is not the right way to start. But how can you be a data analyst? What are the parameters? What are the techniques that are required for the effective decision making? And how can you automate that? Right, rule recommendation engines is one of the very popular function of data science applications. Now, recommendation engine, if you actually think that how it will help you in automating, understanding and analyzing your customer behavior and cross sell and upsell, right? In data science term, we call it as learning effectively how to build and use market basket analysis algorithm, right? Not necessarily you have to program it. If you understand the application of it, and if that is available to you ready made, it's like when you want to go from a place to place, not necessarily you have to buy a car or learn to drive a car. In today's time, you can simply Uber it. Similarly, when you're actually looking at your data science experimentations and innovation, there are platforms, there are cloud-based services and engines that are available to you that can actually help you in understanding and leveraging these technologies to simplify and to accelerate your innovations. Here is one example that I would like to quickly show you, that how we can do text mining or computer vision image processing, right? So if you're actually wanting to build an application for some face detection or number plate detection, which or even for that matter in healthcare, in radiology, maybe X-ray or MRI image processing to help the doctors to handle more number of patients faster. How can we do that using data science applications? So here is one of the very popular use case in data science, where how can you program or how can you train your model to first identify where is generally the number plate mounted on a car and how to read those numbers and translate. And when you have that in your algorithm or a data set, you have to also train, because sometimes they use different fonts and typography, so that your model accuracy needs to be going up high. Let me not be very monotonous here and just take a pause. Do you have any questions before I go to another quick 2-minute showing you the glimpse of how these low-code, no-code data platforms help you in building your data pipelines and machine learning models quickly?
So, Dimple, how are we about the timing?
बोलो जल्दी, discard ही कर दिया मैंने, कोई बात नहीं.
Dimple?
We are okay with.
All right, so I'm already running short of time, so let me just take a couple of minutes to prove the point that when you are wanting to build your machine learning models, I'll just show you the two quick use cases when you want to do sentiment detection about, say, any particular segment. In this case, I've taken a use case of how can we pick the data about the Indian banking system and do sentiment analysis using Google News as a data source. So here you simply go and create a data set, and it asks you that where is your data coming from. And this is kind of an API engine that allows you to pick data. If you select Google News, you can say that all the API elements are actually coming here. You pull that data, bring that, and build your basic data set, and then you start consuming that data set. So what kind of results that it will produce is it into this data visualization space, right? And it actually gives you the real-time analytics for correlation or clustering and frequency analysis. You can actually see when I go into positive, neutral, and negative sentiment of a particular entity and click on that, it actually gives me the guided navigation and the drilling paths by applying certain filters, right? And when I want to actually change something, I want to further enrich my analytics, I simply go into the edit mode, and it invokes the designer, and then left hand side I have my toolbar, on top I have my taskbar, and it gives you a very quick and easy and intuitive interface, which is low code, no code, to be able to manage your visual analytics in real time, right? And you can see here, if I simply select this and I want to change the way this has been represented from one format to another, as well as it actually gives me my data providers here. So I can simply drag, drop that and plot here, and it can actually change. So where is this data coming from? It's coming from my machine learning model. And from here, when I go to my machine learning model, this is the studio canvas. This is the low code, no code interface where you can simply drag and drop your data sets, or when you are building your machine learning models, how can you simply pick up a function or an algorithm? So you're doing data preparation, you want to do data joiner or sorting descriptive statistics. You simply drag and drop that onto the canvas, and you simply start building your data pipeline. And instead of you programming it, when I select it, it actually gives me the parameter to tune here, right? So it's a very powerful front end that you get for your backend algorithms, data sets, and data plumbing, where you can build your experimentations very fast. What is also important is that when we talk about data science experimentations, there are lots of times people build their machine learning models in Python or R, right? So if I'm actually doing my forecasting using LSTM algorithms and push that data in Python, I simply drag drop that, and here is a Python editor, right? So what is also happening in these new age data platforms, the open source technologies are also quite effectively integrated and embedded, so that no data is going waste. And especially when you have the data analysts, they have these tools for what we call as building your data dictionary or metadata. And when you are doing that, you can simply see that when you're changing that from technical terminology to business terminology, it actually helps you in mapping that how your outliers are actually looking up, whether they are simple or complex. And in the visual front end, if you have used maybe Python or any data science application, you will understand that these are different tool sets, and they are extremely programming intensive. But here it is actually very easy and fast, and it also gives you the mapping and very simple interface that how you can analyze this, right? When you want to automate your workflows or your data sets, then you have the workflow engines that actually gives you an ability to manage your workloads, and schedule them in very easy and effective way. The point I'm making is that when you're looking at building some data apps, these are kinds of technologies, we call it as a product inside product, right? And we are very closely working with a lot of institutions and Symbiosis Group, where we provide this, access to technology, to the innovation incubation programs, as well as people who are wanting to build their data apps and how they can consume, some of these tool sets in ideas and experimentations. So let me take a pause.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer, or probably we will take them at the end of this particular plenary session.
Thank you, Prashant sir. So actually we are lacking the time, and I would request you to wrap up.
Sure. So thanks for your time, and sorry for overshooting a bit on my allocated time, but over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Prashant sir, for sharing your insight on emerging technologies, and kindly accept the token of gratitude from all of us. Thank you. And today we have yet another eminent leader, Dr. Simone Paymaster. She is Masters in Industrial Psychology, followed by her PhD in Learning Organization. She started her journey with TCS in 2002. She is currently the Global Head for Talent Transformation in TCS, which includes various career, leadership and role-related processes such as career guidance program, mentoring, high potential programs, 360-degree feedback, leadership assessment, and development processes. She would be appraising us on industrial talent management. Over to you, Dr. Simone.
Thank you very much, Dimple. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Sorry, I could not put the background, but I am going to just share my content. And if you can tell me if it's visible as well, that would be great.
That's absolutely fine, Simone. Amazing. Yep. We can see you.
You can see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. So first of all, thank you so much for having me here today, and a very good day to all of y'all. Thank you for joining. A bit of honest disclosure, I'm not going to be speaking about industrial talent management. I think actually talent management is something of the past. I'm going to be speaking about the transition of talent management to talent transformation. And I'm going to try and stick to my time. It's a huge topic, but it's something that I'm very, very passionate about. So if I just wanted to share with you, when I was doing my research, some very interesting, startling statistics that I came across, and I thought I would share them with you because I think they are a good precursor to what I'm going to be talking about, what this change is all about, right? Look at this first one. $4.5 billion is actually being spent on HR tech, on the growth of the HR software market. Huge amounts. 40% more jobs are available now than before the pandemic, right? So the last few years, we keep hearing about how digitization and robots are going to take away people's jobs. But look at what the statistics are saying. 40% more jobs are available now than even before the pandemic. 52% of organizations say that reinventing flexibility has been the core of their transformation agenda for 2021. So it's all about a focus on reimagining work methods and flexibility. Only 24% of people see their jobs going away, and that's the reality. Yet 83% see a demand for changes in skills that they will need to have as a result in their jobs as a result of these changes. 85% of CEOs said that talent management is as important as other business priorities, but only 20% actually spend time managing talent, right? So it's something that all CEOs, all leaders say, yes, it's very important. Our talent is our focus. Talent management is a key focus area, but how many of them are actively spending time on that? And the last one is that a very important trend, right? As we keep on automating, digitizing, what is the role that HR has to play in talent analytics and in data That's also something that has been well appreciated, as 61% of executives say that using talent analytics to make talent decisions is the HR trend that has actually delivered the biggest impact. So even HR getting into the space of data, analyzing data more effectively, using it more effectively, is something that is being appreciated and recognized and is serving the purpose. And I think that's another thing that you're going to see a lot more of. Like I mentioned, these are just some statistics that I thought would be useful for you all to give, a backdrop to this particular slide, which is really what kinds of trends are there? What are we dealing with? What is our ecosystem looking like today? And the first one is enhanced adoption of remote working, right? So the last 20 months with the pandemic, we've seen most organizations, our workforce has actually gone into a remote way of working to ensure business continuity. But this is something that is going to be a continuous trend. And what's really surprising is that for the longest time, organizations that were very reticent, very reluctant to adopt any form of remote working, actually adopted and took to remote working with the pandemic with a lot of gusto and enthusiasm. You have organizations like Facebook and Google and Twitter who've actually said that, our employees do not necessarily need to come back to the workplace to work, even in the future. So this is definitely an area that is going to continue to get a lot of focus. And the second one is really about the uprise of work schedules, right? So earlier organizations would view giving flexibility as a perk, as a benefit to employees. And today it's a necessity. It's a necessity to attract, to retain, to meaningfully engage with your employees as well. And that's also something that this flexibility is based on, a culture of trust and collaboration and communication. And obviously technology has a huge role to play in this. The first two are actually the precursor to the third one, which is the hybrid workplace. And I'm not going to say that, all of us working remotely, there are only pros to it. Most definitely, flexibility has a lot of pros. But there are certain cons as well, whether it's the impact on work-life balance, the impact on mental health, on personal challenges that we go through when we're physically working at home. So we don't know as yet what the future is going to look like, whether it's going to be, people coming back to the workplace, or they're going to be only working remotely. It's possibly going to be, and what looks like it's a kind of a hybrid model where, some employees will come to work for some percentage of the time, and some of them will have the flexibility when to come to work and when to work from any location that they want to. So the hybrid workplace is the kind of work model that a lot of organizations will adopt even post this pandemic. A decentralized global workforce, right? So what's that about? Today, and in the last 20 months, we found that recruitment is happening virtually. Talent is being recruited virtually, being absorbed into the company virtually, and it's all working out pretty well. And as this actually happens, what we've realized is that you don't have to be limited to getting your talent from a particular place to work for a particular location. You could source your talent from anywhere in the world, and that way benefit and leverage on a far greater level of skill set by not being restricted to certain locations. And not only this, but what it actually means is there's a large talent segment that earlier was restricted by location-specific work. It could be, caretakers, parents, people with disabilities that couldn't possibly, enter the physical work location. Now we're actually able to absorb those people into the workplace as well, and they become a part of the workforce. So this decentralized global workforce is a way of the future as well. the last 20 months, and I'm going to keep saying this, has been, with accelerated transformation, accelerated disruption. And what's been the key cornerstone of all of this is actually innovation. And that's something that's also going to continue. Our ability to adapt to these changes is something that all organizations are going to be assessed on as well. So innovation becomes key. Accelerated digital transformation, right? I think the amount of transformation, digital transformation that we've had in the last 20 months is equal to possibly not even what we've had in the last 20 years. And this is again going to continue. There have been organizations that were a bit advanced in their own digital transformation journey before the pandemic began. They kind of reaped the benefits of it. And those that hadn't begun their transformation journey, they kind of had to kick-start it. But all organizations are realizing the importance of being digitally savvy. Even those that were are actually enhancing their digital transformation, adopting newer and better tools as well. The next point is enhanced focus on training and upskilling. Literally 2020 has been the year for the learners, both for employees as well as employers. And the pandemic has kind of brought on this very clear understanding that, employees are going to have to upskill, reskill, and reimagine and reinvent themselves continuously. So a lot of effort is going to go into this area, and a lot of budget and money is going to be invested by organizations in upskilling their employees. Another thing is health and mental fitness. And we all know that obviously there were a lot of physical impacts on health through this pandemic. But what we weren't really expecting was what was the mental impact as well, the mental health impact. And that's been huge. So a lot of focus is going to go on organizations that are going to invest in not just the physical health of their employees, but the mental health of their employees as well. And employees on their part are going to choose to work in organizations, going to choose to stay in organizations that are looking at these very aspects, a good work-life balance where health and mental health is also prioritized by the organization. And the last two things are, a focus on D&I. And I believe there's going to be a very interesting panel discussion that's going to happen after this as well on D&I. And what it is this last year has been very momentous in this space, whether it's systemic racial injustice, women being empowered and joining the workforce, the LGBTQ community, a lot of areas, a focus has been on D&I, and this is going to continue. And it's not going to be about organizations, the D&I initiatives are not just going to be about, reporting the number of diverse hires they've had, but what are they going to do to actually make diversity and inclusion and belonging a part of their cultural fabric. And the last thing is the entrance of Generation Z, right? These are the guys and the gals who were born with mobile phones in their hand and very technologically savvy, fluid technological behavior. It comes naturally to them, and they'll be joining, the workplace en masse this year and obviously beyond. So what are organizations going to do? These are the guys who are looking at organizations who are going to be digitally equipped and integrated, and so that they can perform better, that they can realize their potential better. And organizations are going to have to also, do their part in meeting these expectations. So these are, in short, the trends. And if I look at this, I realize that my function of talent management cannot operate and be successful and be a valuable business partner if we continue to have a mindset that needs to be more, not just reactive, proactive, has to be much more agile, has to be much more employee centric in its approach across different processes and functions in the talent management space. And therefore, I thought it's really not about talent management, right? We cannot keep up with this rapid change and disruption that's taking place by having a reactive talent management approach. It actually has to be about talent transformation. Just as there is digital transformation, there's also a talent transformation that's going on. And with that, I've come up with these key areas of what you saw in the trends. How is it impacting talent transformation? And although there are more areas of talent transformation, because of the paucity of time, I've kind of limited it to 6, and the 7th one being employee experience. Focused on careers, performance management, reward and recognition, learning, leadership, and talent acquisition. And I've come up with these key phrases that I think represent, the change in each of these areas. And then obviously the last is employee experience, which is like the glue that's kind of putting this all together and impacts every single area in the talent transformation space. Okay, so I'm going to start with careers. Let's look at careers. The number one reason why employees leave today is when they don't see enough opportunities for progress. Lack of progress is the number one reason why people leave their jobs. 69% organizations are struggling to find top talent. Today, it's, the demand is greater than the supply that we've got. And organizations are struggling to find that kind of top talent to fulfill their roles. 70% of organizations are now focused on internal recruiting, and companies with active internal career management programs have a 41% higher retention rate, right? So this is kind of linked to the second point when I'm talking about, as it's getting more and more difficult to get talent from outside, organizations are going to have to do more and more to build their talent pool within the organization and to ensure very strong, rigorous internal mobility and mechanisms as well. And then the last thing is the average worker only spends 4.4 years in a specific job, and millennials, no surprise, half of that. So if you look at all of this, you'll see that with the huge amount, unprecedented amount of knowledge that employees have access to, more processing power as well, the advent of so many technologies, it's going to have an impact on performance. It already does, productivity, and fundamentally how employees and employers are going to view careers are also going to change. And that's why I put this slide together saying, careers, what is it? Employees want it all and they want it now. There's a sense of immediacy, right? Look at that thing. Millennials are wanting to spend just about 2 years in a one particular role, in one particular job only. So there are certain key career mindset changes. And what are they? It was earlier very, very manager owned, very HR organization owned, and now it's become very employee centric. And that's great, because at the end of the day, an employee's career is actually his or her own career. And in HR, we play a facilitative role and managers play a facilitative role, but the ownership is actually with the employee. And that's one of the key mindset changes that's happening, along with other things like, employees now no longer want to wait for the manager to say, okay, now you're good to go, you can take up the next role now. They're not waiting for that. They're kind of proactively looking for opportunities, and they are going to decide when they are ready. Career development earlier used to be about things that for a leadership level, or your directs of your leaders at a very senior level. But career development and career management is actually now every employee's I'm not even going to say request, it's a demand, right? Another thing is that the career growth is actually now not just in your traditional linear vertical kind of path. It's multiple paths, right? Employees want to be equipped with diverse skills. They don't want to be in one role for a very long time. They want to have more and more opportunities, work in cross-functional teams, network more, and all of that means that they're possibly not going to be in the same career path and choose one career path from the start of their careers right till the time they retire. It's going to be a lot of fluidity and multiple career paths. And in organizations, we are going to have to be able to enable that kind of mobility, which actually brings me to the third point about, driving a culture of open, transparent, internal growth and mobility. Like I alluded to earlier, as it gets more and more difficult to get talent from outside, organizations are going to invest much more in the skill assessment of their internal talent pool. And what that actually means is that we've realized that there are hidden gems. There's a lot of hidden wealth within the organization. So let's develop that, and let's look at getting those niche key skills that you can't get within your organization, and get those ones from outside. But make it very open, make it very transparent, and focus on internal growth and mobility. And that's also going to be an ask of employees, right? That I talked about, that number one reason why employees leave organizations is because of a lack of progress that they see. So we have to ensure that we're building systems, we're building processes, but most importantly, that we're building the mindsets of our managers and our leadership to ensure that mobility is encouraged, that you can go from one role to the other, and that is something that will be encouraged. And that's something that honestly employees are looking at as well. They're willing to take more risks today in their career space than ever before, and they want to make changes. It's not viewed as something that is, oh my god, I'll have to, if I change from this career path to the other, will I be successful, how will it happen? They're willing to take those chances, and they're willing to take on those challenges, and we in the organization have to facilitate that. One of the key ways that and trends that you will see is something called talent marketplace, and these are essentially platforms that are getting a lot of focus in the career space. And what are those? Those are actually platforms where managers can post their requirements, their opportunities. And this could be for, part-time jobs, full-time roles, any role in the organization. And any employee will get identified basis their skills. Skill set. So there is certain AI and ML that's built into these systems that actually identifies who is the best employee basis their unique skill set and experience that would be a good match for this opportunity. And platforms like this, I think Gloat has something, Fuel 50 has come out with amazing, and I think they're also the pioneers along with Gloat in the talent market space. Those are the kinds of systems and platforms that are going to be the way of the future to enable this kind of internal growth and mobility. And the last thing I'd like to talk about is mentoring and coaching. So when employees were asked, what is the most important developmental intervention that your organization can provide you with, they actually talked about things like mentoring and coaching. And therefore, it's very important for organizations to invest in such initiatives and processes, because this is something that, while, yes, the formal knowledge has a key role to play and the skill advancement has a key role to play, but learning from the experiences of others, having coaches to help you is something that employees are looking for more and more. And that's going to be a trend even in the future. So careers, right? They want it all, they want it now. Ensure that you are allowing for talent fluidity within your organization. You are helping employees move through different career paths. You're leveraging on technology and tools such as talent marketplace to find the right employee, the right person for the right role at the right time. And you're also enabling this entire mindset change that employees are going through with key developmental interventions like mentoring and coaching. So this is what I had to say in the career space. As far as learning is concerned, some of the facts that kind of I thought would be relevant would be things like 42% of millennials say they are likely to leave their company because they are not learning fast enough. 59% of employees think that their companies are not giving them enough opportunities to develop, and they will leave because of that. 70% of executives expect their organization to give them opportunities to build digital skills, right? So it's all about digital transformation and digital skills. And that's a key ask of 70% of employees. And organizations spend across the globe over $4 billion on learning each year. So that's a perspective that I'm going to get into. And what I'm going to talk about is really as far as learning is concerned, I think it's the race to reskill, which means basically we have to create a culture that allows people, employees to continuously reinvent themselves, right? So it's very interesting because I think the pandemic brought about this fundamental question with a lot of us. Why are we working? What is our purpose? Do we need to work? Are we enjoying the work that we have? Maybe I used to do something like A, I'm now more interested in B. That's where my purpose and my passion lies. And that's what I want to do. And while that has obviously career impacts, it definitely has an impact even in the learning space. So we have to create a culture, that allows people to continuously reinvent themselves, because that's something that they want, and that's something actually that helps them engage with the organization more. Link careers with learning. So ensure that you have got enough and more opportunities for learning for employees at different career stages with different levels of experience. And it's customized to that level as well. So really, if they see, a path for themselves, a career path for themselves, at every stage in their career, they understand the importance of learning particular skills that are going to help them move to the next stage. The next is about, really doesn't require much of an explanation. Its skills are the internal currency of the team, and it's the way to get ahead in the organization. What's going to happen is a lot more focus on collaborative and experiential learning. I think about 80% of learning actually happens today by learning on the job, learning through peers, learning through other stakeholders that help you. So there was the 70-20-10% principle, where 70% is on the job learning, 20% is learning through role models and others, and only 10% is actually linked to formal, more theoretical methods of learning. So the focus on collaborative learning, experiential learning is going to be that much more, which is again ties me to the point that I talked about, ensuring that organizations have strong mentorship programs, coaching programs, and have a culture of mentoring, because that's going to be an area that it's going to be much easier for people to learn through the just Googling, or go onto YouTube, or go onto Udemy, or go onto LinkedIn, but it's going to be much more challenging to get people that they can learn from, and that's why mentoring and coaching becomes key. The main area for learning when you research on future of work is something called learning in the flow of work. And what that actually means is that whenever you take on a new role, your learning curve just shoots up naturally. And there, what is the kind of learning that an organization can equip the employee with? And that's going to be things like macro learning, so large programs, more formal programs, more well curated programs, which are longer in duration. And then as you progress in that particular role, your learning curve kind of plateaus. And what happens then is you don't need that macro learning, it's more micro learning. And what is micro learning? It's more on demand kind of learning, that's not so curated. That's through a WBT or on LinkedIn, like I talked about, or Udemy. And it's much shorter as well, and more frequent. So from that perspective, we ensure that there may be a plateau, but it's not a complete dip. And when the person takes on a new role, then the learning curve again goes on. And this is what's essentially learning in the flow of work. And our challenge and what we have to ensure that we allow is we obviously have to have enough learning opportunities and provide learning infrastructure for both macro as well as micro learning, and ensure that our employees are continuously challenged in this curve and in this flow of work. So that's a key focus area for the future, learning in the flow of work. And another thing is, the learning curve is the earning curve, which really simply means that reward employees, recognize employees when they learn. And for larger programs and for bigger things, you might want to recognize them or reward them monetarily. But maybe for smaller things, it will just be a recognition, that a visibility, or in terms of your leadership, recognizing these people, or they have badges or certifications. But it's very important to recognize and reward employees for learning, because the whole thing which you'll see about learning and the changes that are actually happening in this space is that employees again want to take more ownership of their learning. They want to learn what they want to learn at a pace that they are more interested in and at a time they want to. So it's again the change, much like in careers, is even learning is something that employees...
Hi, Simone. Sorry to interrupt. I think excellent thoughts here. How are we about timing, Dimple? Are we on time or?
Dr. Rajshri, we are delayed by 10 minutes actually.
Okay. So
in fact, 12 minutes now.
Simon? Yeah. May I request Simon to wrap up, please?
Wrap up now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just give me. Can I have 5 minutes more, because I don't think I got a full 30 minutes.
Next speak 30 minutes was 20 minutes was the timing. Okay.
I'll just finish off. All right. So we'll do investing in the 5 A's, and that's really to do investing in world-class infrastructure. So that's anytime, anywhere, on any device, any content, for anyone kind of learning. Performance management, if I go really fast, 28% of respondents actually said performance management positively impacts business indicators. So not very impressive on that front. 63% of employees feel performance data is not comprehensive enough to make accurate assessments about their performance. 85% of employees who have weekly check-ins with their manager report higher levels of engagement. And you'll see this statistic, the last one is actually going down, because now fewer and fewer workers are saying that they use an annual review mechanism. It's becoming much more continuous. And that's what this whole area is about in terms of performance management, is improvement, customization, flexibility, and agility. Having flexible, agile goals, setting different criteria to make different decisions. Don't just look at your performance management data for promotions, for compensation, for learning. Look at other data as well. Evaluate both team as well as individual performance. Focus on coaching, continuous feedback for employees and managers. It cannot just be a one-time annual appraisal-related conversation. Have integrated systems, gather data that matters all year round, not just at one point of time, and unlink or de-link performance evaluation and compensation. As far as leadership is concerned, 1 in 10 employees have what it takes to be a good manager. Only 79% of, and that's a large thing, 79% of employees will quit after receiving inadequate appreciation from managers. 69% of millennials are concerned that their workplace does not develop their leadership skills, and the number of women on boards of directors is only 15%. So in terms of the leadership space, have an expanded view of leadership. Be a global citizen as a leader. Be someone who's open, to receiving thoughts and from different cultures, different people. Be a servant leader. Be having humility is going to be very important. Being able to balance technology and touch, the connect, the human aspect, but also embracing technology. And as leaders, more important than ever, we'll also be able to, they will need to lead and adapt to change, as change and disruption is going to be something that's all around and pervasive. The last 2 points are just going to be about talent acquisition. 70% of recruitment is passive, which means 70% of people who are kind of surfing around are not really looking for jobs. They're just surfing. And how do you engage with that? 70% is going to be key. A typical hiring process takes about 36 days. That number is getting smaller and shorter in duration. 95% of recruiters use LinkedIn to find candidates. As far as talent acquisition is concerned, recruiting will be mission critical. Actually, from 2016 onwards, there's been a 63% increase in the demand for recruiters. And recruitment will also have to be much more agile as our business needs and our business plans are getting also agile and changing. Recruiters will be outside HR as well. There'll be data scientists, there'll be market people, there'll be specialists in marketing, and there'll be IT consultants. And the metrics to track the outcomes will also change. They'll not just be how many people did you hire, but how effective were these people. Technology tools will have a great impact on effectiveness, both in the talent acquisition and the learning space. Tech tools are going to have the biggest impact, and these could be things like tools that can do skills assessment, video interviewing. A lot of tools are there in the talent acquisition space that need to be leveraged on, and skills on how to engage passive candidates, analyze data, and advise leaders will become essential for recruiters. And my last is on reward and recognition space. 89% of employers think that their employees leave for more money. In reality, it is a mere 12%. 40% say they'd put more energy into their work if they were recognized more. Organizations with recognition programs outperform those that don't have them by an average of 14%. And organizations that are particularly effective at raising engagement scores through recognition see a 31% lower turnover. So what does this mean? Obviously, reward and recognition is very, very important. You need to have digital platform-driven systems really to enable the utilization and the effectiveness of your recognition platform. Less focus, there's going to be less focus on physical rewards and more on creating and recognizing those moments that matter, which is basically your micro recognition platforms, which are more pure recognition. They're shorter, they're more frequent, and they may not necessarily entail physical rewards. Expand the scope of what you recognize. Typically, organizations recognize a long service award, a retirement, or when you really outperform on some key benchmarking business matrices. Expand the scope of what you recognize. Recognize people that are actually aligned and are implementing your culture's core values and mission statements as well. Gamification is definitely going to be an area of the future for rewarding and recognizing employees. And the last thing is, recognition in the space of employee wellness will be a focus area. And the last thing that I've got is employee experience. It actually ties in everything that I talked about. 2 of 3 employees are already burning out before the pandemic. 56% of organizations have got expanded flexible workplace policies, and there's going to be another 34% on it. So all organizations are looking at their working policies. Talented employees are more likely to leave an organization within 6 months because of a poor onboarding process. And organizations, and this one was an absolute startler to me, organizations spend $1 trillion on listening to their customers, but 1,000 times less on understanding the employee of the understanding the employee behavior. And this is my last slide, and it's really about employee experience taking over. It's going to have these, according to me, these 5 particular trends. We're going to see a lot of technology and a lot of tools that are out there in market, and in the organization, we're going to have to leverage on these to make our user experience better. All of the processes that I talked about, you'll see there's a trend. It's much more employee centric, much more employee driven. There's going to be hyper customization, because what employees want is going to be, I'm unique, give me opportunities that are unique, give me processes that are unique, give me skill sets that are unique, customize them to what I want, not what you want. And the last 2 things are the most important area in terms of employee experience, is actually ensuring that you have a culture of belonging, empathy, inclusion, caring, respect, psychological safety, and purpose. And last is, the voice of the employee matters. Like that statistic said, right? We pay $1 trillion to understand what our customers want. It's time organizations spend much more on understanding and listening to the people that matter most to them, and that's their employees. So the voice of the employee is going to be a critical area, and again, a lot of technology that's invested in this space. I think that's all that I've unfortunately had time for. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Very well said, Dr. Simon, and thank you for a conversant session and sharing your experience on talent transformation and its impact. So kindly accept a token of gratitude from all of us. Now, next in line is a keynote session followed by a very interesting panel discussion on importance and impact of diversity in industry. So I would request Mr. Prathamesh to take over the stage and begin with the proceedings of keynote session for the day. Prathamesh, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dimple Pal ma'am. So once again, I'd like to wish you all a very good morning, also good afternoon and good evening to all others who have joined from various parts of the world. So my name is Prathamesh Vijay Lahande. I'm a faculty member at SICSR, Symbiosis International Deemed University. And on behalf of SICSR and IEEE TEMS, I'd like to welcome you again for this interdisciplinary virtual conference. So like I was mentioning yesterday, as a part of conference, we are having 5 keynote sessions for this conference. And today we are going to have 3 exciting keynote sessions on various interesting topics. So sit back, and I'd like to mention that kindly enjoy these sessions of keynotes. Again, you can feel free to interact with our speakers through our online platform, Zoom chat. For the first keynote today, I'd like to introduce to our first speaker, eminent speaker, who is Mr. Ravikiran Annaswamy. Let me give you a brief introduction about Mr. Ravikiran Annaswamy. Mr. Ravikiran is the founder and CEO of Innobitat Technologies. He is incubating several innovative products by employing analytics and deep learning. His principal business focus is to bring electric mobility to the Indian market, and has launched multiple technology products, which is one of them I'd like to mention is fullcharge.com. He also works intimately as a mentor with global programs such as Founders Institute, FI.oo, and Unreasonable Institute. He is on the global team of IEEE 5G, and is also in charge of vision and strategic for prospective applications and services like IoT, AR, VR applications. About his experience, he has around 23 years of business knowledge as an entrepreneur and as a business leader at Nokia Siemens Technology and Siemens AG. He is also the chairman of IEEE Bengaluru section from 2014 to 2015, and a secretary for IEEE Asia Pacific from 2015 to 16, and currently is also the editor-in-chief for Leader magazine for IEEE TEMS. This topic for today that I'd like to mention is technology product management. Sir, I welcome you, and it is a pleasure and honor to have you with us.
Thank you, Prathamesh.
Yes, I now request you to kindly share our insights and thoughts on technology product management. Yes, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Prathamesh. Good afternoon to all, and it's wonderful to be at TEMSMET, one of the leading TEMS conferences globally, and particularly in India. This is the second edition of it, so very happy to be there. I'm just trying to share. I think I have the sharing rights. Let me just check. Yeah, sure. Just a second, please. I'm not able to find my, yeah, it's coming up. Okay, so I assume my slides are visible now, and this is a topic which is close to my heart and also something which IEEE TEMS, we all really believe in and want to work together on this topic. There are two words I use here, technology and product management. Product management as a topic is something of interest in India, particularly over the last 10 years. And technology product management is also something which everybody is looking at and everybody is trying to be a product manager. I also, I'm a faculty in a couple of institutes, visiting faculty in a way, teaching on business model canvas and business models, and also on product management. So some of these learnings are from my own experience as a head of product management at one of the large corporates, and then over the last decades as an entrepreneur, because every entrepreneur is a product manager, and I think that's where the essential skills of product management comes up. So when you look at product manager, you speak to different people have different understanding of what the product management would be. FMCG companies have a different definition of what a product manager does, which is more towards the business ownership. If you go to technology companies, product management is more closer to agile roles like product owner, scrum master, and many of them are called product owners and product managers, and that's where people think that is product management. There is no one standard definition. For me, it defines, it is an intersection of how you can reach out to your customer, how do you bring your business out of that reaching out to customer, and how do you deploy technology is where the intersection of all these three brings in the technology product management. So I think when you look at any of your roles, any of your activities, and see how do you fit into as a product manager, this is what I would say. It's a life cycle function. It's a function where within a company, different people play these roles, and there is no one single role as a product manager. And it can cut across from sales planning to product planning to product execution to feature planning to functional planning. There are multiple levels, multiple kinds of people. And of late, when we do product management, one of the main aspect here is to call you the entrepreneur or the intrapreneur for that product. I think that more or less for me as an essence defines what you need to do. It integrates multiple processes, data, people, and systems to make the product management workforce to work. So who is a product manager? So the simple definition, we will find it everywhere, is that you will call him as a mini CEO. I prefer to call him as the defender of customer, because you actually are the face of the customer to your internal world. For all practical purposes, which is what is very close to an entrepreneur, is that you are a jack of all trade. You don't have a one specific role, you don't have one specific thing to do, but you have to know everything what's happening within your business, and that's what makes you different, and that's what gives you the benefit of doing it. More often than not, most product management functions are in a matrix organization. That is, you will work with the functional teams, you will work with the business teams, you will work with technical teams. So you will have multi-level of control, reporting, but you may not be a owner of any one thing. There is a nice funny video on LinkedIn going on which says, if you're a product manager, actually what do you do? Do you write code? No, I don't write code. You actually project manage? You probably don't do it. You do it a little bit of that. Do you own the customer? You probably don't. You own the customer. Sales does the customer work. Do you take care of support? You actually give inputs to support. So the video goes on to explain why you touch everything, but you don't own any one of them, but you own all of them together as a sum total. So it's a very nice role if you want to be a future entrepreneur, a future startup owner, or even a future CEO of your company. A product management is something you need to do for a few years in your career, because that will give you an exposure to everything which is business. And once you get a hang of it, you have much better hang on every other aspect when you do your business. So like I said, it is includes strategy, development, marketing, sales support, operations, technical support. It could be many different things based on what kind of roles you pick up. Inside a company, many a times you are all-in-one entrepreneur, multifaceted, multi-hands. You'll have to juggle between multiple roles. You will be an idea champion. You are the project manager for executing your idea. You are the product evangelist. You are defining what the product is going to be. You define the go-to-market strategies. You define how do you take this product to market. You are the owner for profit and loss, P&L. You define what kind of P&L you want to look at, the partnerships you get into, the supply chain. Even one of the difficult things which I have done part of my product management career and also as an entrepreneur is knowing when to start, but most importantly, knowing when to stop. Because many times we are very excited about starting things, but most times we don't know when to stop. Because as a product manager, your responsibility, your ownership is also to know when to stop. I think that brings a huge responsibility, that brings a huge set of skills to be able to get all aspects of your business, to be able to make a strategic decision to say, when do I start and when do I stop? I think for me, that kind of gives a superpower for a product manager, because he can then look at all the aspects and then make a decision. So when I talk to people on product management, they always ask me, what are the set of formulas? How can I learn? How can I master this art of product management? Can I do this? When it comes to technology product management or with any other product management, it's a science and an art. It's a left and a right brain. There are no formulas. There are no methods. There are no books by which you can read and you can find out. It's a lot to do with some models, but mostly you as an individual. Your ability to connect dots, your ability to mix multiple things makes you different, makes you a very good product manager as well as an entrepreneur. I think that's what makes all the difference. I will talk through some of the key learnings where I have seen what makes a difference. One of them is to really say, do I have a product vision? I always a great fan of Steve Jobs. He always believed that customers don't know what they want. It's your job to define and visualize what it wants. This is more like an art. I mean, if you figure out what they want, you probably create the most wow factor, because you have figured out what they still don't know that they want, and you create that product. And that is how the iPhone as a category, iPad as a category, many products which Apple has created, whether it's a headphone, whether it is the watch, they were category leaders. They're not the first ones. They didn't invent all these products. There were many companies who were doing it, but they got the user experience. They got the way it has to behave with end users. That aspect, the user experience aspect, they got so right, and the design so right, that they are ruling the market in most of the segments. But did they talk to the customer to ask what they want? Probably not, but they had the skill within the company to really, with the product managers, to really visualize what would consumers want and can I build those. Whereas can everybody do that? Not all companies do that. Many companies follow models, methods to listen to customer. I come from a very standard corporate world where I have done listening to customers. I'm listening to them saying, can I go and talk to them? Can I have lead customers? Can I have prime customers to whom I go listen to them and understand what they want? And listening to them, I understand what they want, come back, and then can they visualize what I can build. So this is the art and the science. I mean, one where you are actually going ahead and visualizing what you want. The other one is you're listening and then converting that into an internal vision. Which is right? There is nothing like right or wrong. It depends on your company, yourself, what method you follow. As an entrepreneur, I've seen, for me, both work to some extent, but more often than not, I tend to go towards listen to customers. Because rather than visualizing as a young entrepreneur, where young and not by age, but young from the age of the company, where you're an early stage company, you are bound to have financial limitations, so you don't have unlimited finances to do things, then best approach is to listen to customers. So that's one art and science. How do you visualize? Once you have this vision, you need to have a roadmap of how are you going to execute it. There is one level of doing it more like strategic roadmaps. If you're going from, let's say, I've just taken an example of going from where I am in Bengaluru to the nearest city, Mysore. You could ask a Google map and say, how do I go? The map gives you a broad level vision of how you can go from Bangalore to Mysore. This is a strategic vision. It just says, these are the roads you can go. It takes you 2 hours, 54 minutes. Some leaders leave it at this, and they are still able to execute it with a long-term vision and knowing how to maneuver themselves, and they change route plan accordingly as and when it happens. But the science part of it, where if you want to really execute in large corporations, entrepreneurs usually go with the strategic roadmap because you don't know 2 years from now how you are, or 1 year from now what you will be doing. So you keep that longer vision, but you are flexible to maneuver. But when it comes to large companies, once you have this larger vision, you get into execution plans where you get into the details. Like even if you go to Google Map, even though it is 2 hours 54 minutes, it will exactly tell you go to this plan, go to take a turn here, go here. Everything is fixed and you can just blindly follow it. So many times if you're using Google Maps for navigation, either you can use any of these methods. Many times people just take the road, see the broad road on the map, and then you go on your own. You don't open Google Maps after that. But many times now, whether it's a ride-hailing companies, or most of us are also addicted to it. You keep your map phone open and then you take directions as Google says. Even it could be a dumb direction, you will take it because you trust Google more than yourself. So whether it's an art or a science is your choice as a product manager when you create strategic roadmaps. After this, once you have a vision and roadmap, what do you exactly build? There are two ways of doing it again. You can use kind of a funnel method where you collect a lot of these ideas under this vision, broad umbrella vision, and then you use a funnel and create a detailed product plan of what you want to do. Now comes an important aspect where in technology product management, in most of the web and the product companies, the most used word right now is called UX designers or user experience experts, user experience product managers. Here, there are again two ways of doing it. One is they get it right by understanding the customer and intuitively designing the whole experience so that it creates a wow factor when people use it. Again, Apple is a standard example. Many app makers are standard example where they don't come and ask you. But you will see most of the companies do the other approach, which is a customer validation. There is something called A/B testing. So you create two variants of what it should be. You present both to different groups of people, and then you check who likes what, and based on what people like the most, you go for that option. So which is more of which is scientific data-based, where you collect data on how things happen, and based on that, you manage the whole execution plans. So whether you want to go with a broader user experience method or a customer validation as an art and science, it's your choice. A lot of people do it in different ways. This word is probably something which all of you would have heard and all of you would have seen in different places. It's called minimum viable product, where people tell you build an MVP and that is sufficient. So what's an MVP? Minimum viable product is, it should be minimum, as the word says. That is, you don't build all the frills and bells and whistles and frills. Viable, it should actually give the essence of the product. You're not doing only bits and pieces of the product. And it should be a product, which means it should be usable by the user. So minimum viable product based on what you have and what you can do. Large companies don't use this approach. They go for an end-to-end innovation, which has a very detailed traditional product development, starting from collecting the idea, writing down the requirements, going through a waterfall model, launching the product, and then making a big news about it. But if you are an agile driven technology product company, or even if you're looking at a startup, you wouldn't do that. You would actually build what is required. And the example on the right side probably will give you that idea that instead of building a car with design for over 3 years, you start with making a roller skater, and then the user tells you I need a handle added. Then he says I want to pedal. You added a bike, make it a bicycle. He says I want to go faster. You make it a bike, and then he says I want my family to go in my bike, 4 people. Then you make a car. So if you are following this approach, at every point it's a product. Every point it is viable because you can build it. Every point it is minimum. You don't add any whistles unless the customer asks for it. So these are two different approaches of product management based on how you do this. Now, this is the most difficult thing I face on a daily basis as an entrepreneur. As an entrepreneur, I'm also a product manager. Every day, every single day, even before this call, I was in a meeting. After this call, I'm in a meeting where only thing everybody is asking me to do is to prioritize, is to make a choice. Can you not? Which one will you do? Will you do A or will you do B? And this is something which, again, Many times I go with my gut. Many times I go with my understanding of the market and the customer, which is the left side of the image. That is, you may get it right, you may get it wrong. You may get it right all the time, you may get it wrong all the time. There is no fixed formula for it. So if somebody tells you, I have understood that I've cracked the means of doing prioritization, I think somebody is lying, because you can't get it right all the time. Whereas there is a scientific method. One of the methods to follow in product management is called Kano model, where you prioritize all what you're getting according to, is the customer needed, is it must be, is it to be done, or is it not to be done. I think I'm not getting into the model itself. It's a lengthy discussion, but you could use a model like Kano model. There are many models. Kano is one of them. You could use it and then play around within that game. I mean, your prioritization rules within that model, and then take a decision. If you ask me now, I teach Kano model, but when it comes to making a couple of my decisions, probably I go with my intuition, not with what Kano model says. Because even though it is a hard fact of writing down what needs to be built, the requirements in a hard fact way, many times some of these decisions work because you know how the customer would react, not based on a model, but based on the emotions, based on what they're expecting, what they are willing to pay, and then you take a call saying, this is how I would go, I cannot do it that way. Once you start growing, you will end up having a lot of different things to do, a lot of work to do. Along with prioritization, you also need to have a means to manage a portfolio. If you do 5 things, you need to know, why am I doing 5 things, and which one do I do in what way, how much do I prioritize which one. As at a business level, there are a lot of companies who use spaghetti strategy, or spaghetti in the wall. That is, you do everything, and then it's called spaghetti on the wall strategy. Just take the spaghetti with the sauce, throw it on the wall, and see which sticks. Whatever sticks is your strategy. What falls down, you just ignore, you just kill it. Google tried this for a long time. If you notice, Google was launching every 3 months, 4 months, a lot of products, but Google is moved now to a very steady product portfolio where they don't try too many things. Most of the technology, large platforms, don't try too many things. Now they stick to one core value, and they're doing very tiny incremental changes. And even if they're doing experiments, they do it in a very, very measured way, because now the size of the market is so big, the size of the user base is so big, they can't afford to do that. As a startup, you can still do, or you may still do, a spaghetti on the wall strategy. I've done it for some years, and now we have grown to a slightly bigger shape where I can't follow this strategy. There, I don't try 3 things and I try to do it. I need to follow a structured matrix for my strategy. One of the metrics available is BCG matrix, where I look at if I'm earning money, market is not growing, it's my cash cow. I keep minimum investment on it, but I keep milking it. If market is not growing, my money is low, I call it the dog. Technically, I mean, I'm not trying to hint that dog or cow is better or not, but the model says dog means that you actually chase it away. That's what it means. The market, the cash is low, but at the same time, but the market is doing very high, but you're not earning money. This is where you need to think, is my product right? Do I need to change my portfolio? Do I need to add a new product? So that's the question mark. The stars, no question, nothing asked. That is, market is growing fast, I'm getting more money. It's a star. Now, is it fixed? Definitely not. Over a period of time, all of this keeps changing. That is a star product today. Once market starts to slow down, it may get into a question mark. Why do I need to do that? Or if you start making less money, it will become it will start to become a cash cow. That is, you're making money, but the market is not growing. So a star could become a dog. A cash cow eventually becomes a dog. So you have all these things. If you get your strategy right, your question mark could become a star, or question mark could become a cash cow. So as a leader, it's your choice. As a product manager, it's your choice to say, where do I put my buck? Where do I put my money into one of these portfolio, and how do I manage it? So I think that is something, a very well-known model called BCG matrix. As a marketing strategy, again, there's an art and a science. From a structured model, 7P strategy, 5P, 4P, doesn't matter. Kotler has many models: price, place, product, promotion. You can think of all the P's. People do have this model, but it is not detailed enough that you can actually do it. It's left to you from a lot more flexibility to act on the way you want to act. So that's the 7P model. But whereas a lot of tech companies follow, online companies, for instance, follow an AARRR model, which is very similar to the 7P, but much more data driven, much more controlled, where the funnel starts with how you acquire a customer. Are they activated? Do they retain? Do they refer? Do they bring you revenue? So that's the cup. And then there's a circle there, which ensures that the referral brings new people. So this is typically called a growth hacking strategy, or a AARRR strategy, 2A, 3R strategy, which typically tells you it's a funnel, and at the same time, it's a circle, cyclical, it keeps going. And at every stage, you keep measuring every month, every day, depending on your business. And then you're trying to say, how am I in this funnel? How am I doing it? And what is my metrics in each one of them? And based on that, you develop your strategy. So again, it's an art and science. It depends on how you want to do it. And then you need to think about it. This is the most difficult topic ever to get it right. How do you price your offering? How do you price your product, service, solution, whatever you have? How do you price it? So getting it right is very difficult. It's an art. As a science, you can use your financial models, you can use your margin-based pricing, you can do top-up based pricing, you can do commission-based pricing, you can do a lot of them. But exactly what percentage of commission, exactly what should be my margin which I need to make is an art. And here is where a lot of companies don't get it right. Sometimes you price it wrong, sometimes you price it right. Many times you follow your market leader and price it accordingly. Sometimes you become predatory. You want to take away the business from a market leader. You intentionally price below him, though you will not make money. If you are in a startup world and if you are very well funded, you have another method called VC pricing method, where if venture capital is given you sufficient cash, you price whatever you want. You can be under loss for a long time without really having the pressure of being profitable, which means you will price at a level of acquiring consumers. That's what you're paying for. And whatever loss you make is for acquisition of consumers or customers. So that pricing is very, very different. So many times you may be paid for using a service. I mean, if you order online food now, many times the amount of coupons and discounts you get, you end up almost not paying money. And there was a time where you might be paid money to even order a food on that channel. So pricing is art and science, a very difficult job for a product manager to get it right. But the ones who get it right grow phenomenally. I think that's where the business success is directly linked to this aspect. Now, if it's a B2B business, you actually go make a sale and you do all the commitments. But when you come back, now you need to deliver, you need to offer. I'm a B2B business, so I do the sale, but my team has to deliver. If we don't deliver, we are in trouble. So there are two ways as a product manager plays a role here. One, as a representative of customer, that is, you actually always push for the right thing for the customer. The other one is internally, you also need to manage conflicts, because if you're a product manager, the development team, the testing team, the integration team, all of them will come to you to say why they can't do certain things or why they can't deliver what you have promised or your sales team has promised. So internally, how do you align? How do you ensure that what you committed to customer gets delivered is a huge art and science, because some of the times it's again intuitive decisions, some of the times customer-based decisions, some of the times you are limited by what you can do, and you need to be clear what you can, what you cannot. I think that's a choice you need to make. Product leadership as a leader. Product management is also a strong leader. As a leader, you need to lead from the front. There is nobody who's going to, you are the one in the front, in front of all your other resources, you are the one in the front. So how do you manage is something you need to think about. And like I said, internally, it's a huge art and science, because you're never owner of any one topic, but you're owner of all the topics put together. So, but none of them report to you. So it's always a matrix. So you need to know how to maneuver in this matrix across business, across technology functions, and how do you ensure that you are effective, you are delivering on what your promises are. It's a huge skill. So if you're interested, you should learn I always believe in a model called starfish and a spider. So that's like spider is more like a hierarchy. You squash the head, spider is killed. Again, nothing about the spider. It's just a philosophy to say how does it work as a model. Starfish is more like you cut every starfish, it becomes a leader. It becomes a full star. So if you're a leader as a product manager, if you can actually get all your teams aligned to your vision and each one behaves like their own leader of their own topic, then I think you are extremely successful. Products are not made once and they're eternal. Like I said in the BCG matrix, you will have a product life cycle. That is, they start, they grow in revenue, they come down. And you need to know when to start the next curve. If you notice here, always this is where it comes into product lifecycle management or PLM. It's called product line management. That is, you have multiple products, multiple versions of the product, multiple variations of the product for managing this S cycle. Again, here, when to stop is a decision which a product manager takes. Does he do it with his gut? Does he do it with data? Is where the art and science comes. Most of the time, it's data gives you a hint, but your intuition or your heart is the most difficult thing to manage because you don't want to let go what you've started. You don't want to let go what you've done for many years. And as a product manager, if you can make the decision, here the intuition is not about, or the emotion is not about doing the right thing. I mean, are you doing the right thing by stopping the service, or do you feel that something is wrong by doing it? Many times entrepreneurs have this problem that it is their baby, it is their brainchild. They are unable to take a decision to stop. And that's when leads to a failure of many startups because they get stuck with it. They're not able to pivot. They're not able to go to multiple topics. Lastly, as a product manager, you are a product evangelist. You are somebody who is representing this product in the outside world and also in the inside world. You are the one explaining this whole philosophy of your offering to the outside market and be the champion for it. And at the same time, you have to do a science activity or more the structured way of bringing in the outside in and the inside out perspective within your organization, because outside you're a superstar, inside you have to be a superstar by managing multiple stakeholders. And if you can manage this, you turn out to be a true evangelist. Just summarizing, this is the 12 steps. You do it in multiple different ways, and it is a powerful way of doing product management. I'm just keeping an eye on the time. Would like to stop here and probably take questions. Over to you, Prathamesh and Rajeshri and organizers. If there is any question from the audience, would like to answer so that I can clarify. I can go on. I have many more slides, but I think I want to keep it in a way that this is the summary of what I talked. And if there are any questions, I can answer.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was amazing insights on your session, sir. With the interest in time, I have a very small question, with your permission, I'd like to ask. We were talking about obviously cost. So cost matters a lot. At the end, it's all about the cost. So having a good product, the best in the market, whatever the area would be, what is the recipe for getting the price right at the initial stage of the product?
Yeah. So like
there are many A players in the market, and you want to be the next A player. Initial stage. That's the question.
Yeah. So like I said, there is no one standard way, because if you are the pioneer, if you are the first player introducing or launching that product, one is to really understand what value are you creating and what is it that the consumer is willing to pay for that value. If you get a handle on it, if you understand the value you are creating, and for that value, what is it that end consumer is willing to pay, you'll be able to price it right. If you notice, many of the internet companies now, when they offer services, I'm just taking a random example here. If you look at Swiggy, in the beginning, they almost kept the delivery free. That is the money they were making. They wanted customer acquisition. They realized that in the beginning, people will start using it when they don't have to pay additionally. So I think that started off. And once they captured a good amount of market, they know that the delivery agent has to be paid, and they know the cost structure of the delivery agent. Then they introduced the delivery fee. Once the delivery fee came in, you know, this is the value I have to pay to get my food delivered to me. So whether is it 50 rupees, is it 30 rupees, is it 100 rupees? It is a decision of a product manager has to make. And most of the time you're ordering stuff from the nearby places. So the cost of your time to go out and come back, they estimated that it's probably between 30 to 50 rupees. And they tested with A/B testing by introducing this to a group of people, a set of people. And once they know that 30 rupee brand bracket is where people are willing to pay, I think they launched around that space and then it's stabilized. But when the distance is more, if you notice, even for deliveries where you, not about food, but other deliveries beyond 5 kilometers, now the rates are different. Now it's 100, 200. It goes even if you're more than 20 kilometers you have. Because now you know the unit dynamics of delivering that, what you need to pay to the delivery agent and what you need to pay for your IT systems is kind of known. Once you have sufficient data, you then create slabs of pricing. And then you tend to cover up your cost. So in the beginning, it's an art. So you need to understand the mind of the consumer and then see what is the price they're willing to pay for that. What is the value you're creating and what is it that they praise. B2B is very similar. You can also make a value-based pricing. And sometimes you also know a replacement price. That is, if they're using something, if you're giving them something new, what is the pain there and what is the value they associate with that pain, and then you price accordingly. Or you define what is the value you are creating for them, and you know without your product they are spending internally, let's say, I'm just saying $500,000 to do the same job, then probably you can price it above $500,000 and tell them that I'm going to give you this. Or sometimes you know predatory, you price it below $500,000 and tell them that I'm saving you $500,000, give me a 300K. So, but your cost unit economics has to be perfect, that you can make money out of that arbitrage. So there is value-based pricing, there is a margin-based pricing, cost-plus pricing. So you need to know which method you will follow based on what value you're creating. B2B is different, B2C is different.
Yeah. I think you have answered my question with the very depth of it. So that was again a wonderful session from you, Mr. Ravikant. I'm sure that this keynote will definitely motivate all of us with respect to product management and inspire us for further research purposes. So on behalf of IEEE TEMSMET 2021 team and SICSR, I'd like to propose a vote of thanks to you, Mr. Ravikiran Annaswamy, for taking out time from your busy schedule and gracing this occasion. I'd like to also present a virtual memento to you, sir. So requesting you to kindly accept this virtual memento as a token of appreciation.
Thank you, Prathamesh. Thanks to the TEMSMET organizing team for this wonderful conference.
Thank you, Ravi. Wonderful session as always.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh.
Yes.
So
all the best for the conference here.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it really went off very well. You know, like a lot of mentoring from all you guys. We really have had power-packed sessions past. This is third day today. Okay, so
absolutely.
Yeah.
Very happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see you, sir. So for the second speaker, we have another session for the keynote, and I'm very happy to announce that our second eminent speaker, Dr. Valentina Ballas. So let me give you a small introduction about Dr. Valentina. Dr. Valentina is currently a full professor in the Department of Automatics and Applied Software at the Faculty of Engineering, Aurel Vicliu, University of Arid, Romania. She also holds a PhD degree in Applied Electronics and Telecommunications from Polytechnic University of Timisoara. Dr. Ballas is an author of more than 270 research papers in various journals and international conferences. Her research interests are in intelligent systems, fuzzy control, soft computing, smart sensors, information fusion, modeling, and simulation. She is also the editor-in-chief to various bodies and of journals and IEEE bodies. She has served as General Chair of the International Workshop Soft Computing and Applications (SOFA) in 8 editions, 2015 to 2018 tenure held in Romania and Hungary. Ma'am, it is a pleasure to have you and honor to have you with us. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Namaste.
Namaste.
I would like to express my appreciation for the organizing committee for this IEEE chapter that you have there, and also to my good friend Neha, Sharma, We know from few years ago, and we help each other in conferences. Second, I would like to extend my greetings to all participants here, faculty members, students, and colleagues. It was interesting that I saw that the plan of my title was related to optimization. And I told to Neha just this morning that I prepare even is not my cup of tea, but I will tell you a few words and then I will switch to some practical applications. Just to tell you where I use this kind of optimization. I followed the presentation before me, and it was really very inspiring. And you students, master students and PhD students, you need such knowledges related to entrepreneurship. So this title of the conference related to interdisciplinary virtual conference on technology engineering management for societal impact using marketing, entrepreneurship, and talent. We need also in our country, I observe that in India, you are much more oriented to the market and to produce money than our students. So these knowledges are very, very good. What I want to introduce you are technical things, but anyway, you can find some ideas if you want to develop some business or things like this. Also, I was thinking first to introduce you some knowledge about lean management, because it's also very, very interesting topic. And one of our daughter is working in consultancy in Italy in such a company and is developing this kind of lean management for every enterprise. But then I switch again back to optimization. So I will start, maybe you will not like too much, but I will try to do it short and to switch to the other presentation that I prepare exactly now. So let me find my presentation. Yes, is this one. I think you can see on the screen, yes? Process optimization. Can you see?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So as I told you, there are some generalities, but there are also good information too. So first of all, I will introduce a few generalities, but as I told you, somehow very fast. First of all, few definitions, but where from is coming this word optimization? Optimization, it's a Latin word that means optimus, the best in English. So optimization characterized the activities involved to find the best. Here I introduced also a few information related to a definition. An optimization is the act of achieving the best possible result under given circumstances. And we have a primary objective that may not be optimized absolutely, but to compromise effectively and thereby produce the best formulation under a given set of restrictions. Then why optimization is necessary? There are few circles here in the middle. It's optimization. So we need this operation to save time, to reduce cost, to obtain safety and reduce error, to obtain innovation and efficiency, also reproducibility. Looking to the history, how we can find during the years, first it was Isaac Newton, so the development of differential calculus method of optimizations started from that moment. Then Joseph Lagrange, Cauchy is well known for such solution by direct substitution steps, descendant method for unconstrained optimization, and so on the others. We need in this direction some optimization parameters. So we need an objective function that express the main aim of the model, which is either to be minimized or maximized. I gave you an example here. In a manufacturing process, the aim may be to maximize the profit or minimize the cost. We are looking always to this kind of maximizing or minimizing. Usually, because we are pragmatic persons, we are looking to maximize the profit. The two exceptions are if we don't have an objective function or we have multiple objective functions. We have also here in our discussions some variables, some constraints. So variables, a set of unknown or variables control the value of the objective function. Variables can be broadly classified as independent variable, dependent variable, constraint, the restrictions that must be satisfied to produce an acceptable design and that are collectively called design constraint. Can be broadly classified as behavioral or functional, geometric, or side. Very short statement of an optimization problem, very easy to understand, and you also, I'm sure you learn at school, an optimization problem. We have this kind of a vector of x subject to the constraint GILG, and where x is an n-dimensional vector called the design vector. And the others are GI and LG, known as inequality and equality constraints, respectively. Classification of optimization, we can have based such classification based on constraint optimization, unconstrained optimization based on nature of the design variables, static or dynamic based on physical structure, optimal control, suboptimal control. In this field, those who are working in control systems can find a lot of applications of optimal control. Based on nature of variables, stochastic deterministic, based on separability of the functions, separable, non-separable, based on the nature of the equation involved, linear programming, quadratic programming, nonlinear programming. And based on the permissible value of the design variables, inner programming, real valued programming, and based on the number of objective functions, single objective, multi-objective. So you can see there are so many possibilities of classification, and each line here means a lot of knowledge and a lot of study, and maybe a specific application that you can develop. You cannot do in all direction the best. Thinking to classical optimization, the classical method of optimization are useful in finding the optimum solution of continuous and differentiable functions. And we can handle three types of problems: single variables functions, multivariable functions with no constraints, multivariable functions with both equality and inequality constraints. There are also advanced optimization techniques. You all learn to when you discuss on artificial intelligence. So you can find there this method, hill climbing. It's a graph search algorithm where the current path is extended with the successor node, which is closer to the solution that the end of the current path. And simple hill climbing steps, ascent hill climbing, and also simulated annealing. Maybe you use it and you wrote some code to try to optimize your parameters there. So genetic algorithms are used here that belong to a class of methods called evolutionary algorithms, well-known method also, and ant colony optimization. There are also so many algorithms that can be used, and it is important only to try to find an application and then to apply few of such algorithms. Then I switched to this process optimization. So here in the beginning, I introduced some classical knowledges, now process optimization. And as introduction, few words, so most things can be improved. So us engineers and scientists, we want to optimize because everything can be improved. While designing systems and products require a deep understanding of influences that achieve desirable performance, the need for an efficient and systematic decision-making approach drives the need for optimization strategies. Discussing also about decision-making, that is very important in economical sciences, in financial, and even in engineering. There are also so many methods that can be took into consideration. Optimization application can be found in almost all areas of engineering, thinking to mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, but also in chemical engineering. I will introduce a few methods. So scope of optimization problems. For a practical standpoint, we define the optimization task as given a system or process, the best solution to this process within constraint. Again, we have an objective function, a predictive model, variables that appear in the predictive model. And optimization is a fundamental and frequently applied task for most engineering activities. In many cases, this task is done by trial and error. To avoid such tedious activities, we take a systematic approach to this task, which is as efficient as possible and also provides some guarantees that a better solution cannot be found. We are looking always for the better solution. And for this, we have a large family of methods and algorithms. At the mathematical programming level, research focuses on understanding fundamental properties of optimization problems and algorithms. Then the scientific computing level, there are 4 levels here, is strongly influenced by mathematical properties as well as the implementation of the optimization methods for efficient and practical use. Then the level of operations research, attention is focused on formulation of the optimization problem and development of solution strategy. And the last one, at the engineering level, optimization strategies are applied to challenging and often poorly defined real-world problems. Then for the above description of optimization research, it is clear that successful development of an optimization strategy within a given level requires a working knowledge of the preceding levels. And for instance, while it's important at the mathematical programming level to develop the right optimization algorithm, at the engineering level, it is even more important to solve the right optimization problem formulation. On the other hand, as engineers need to consider optimization tasks on a regular basis a systematic approach with the fundamental knowledge of optimization, formulations, and algorithms that is essential. Also, we need a lot of software here to have our task resolved. Then some classification of optimization problems. Optimization is a key enabling tool for decision-making in engineering. I am speaking mostly about engineering and optimization processes. Even optimization can be found in, you saw in management, in trying to establish a good price and so on. So optimization algorithm for the core tools are for other 4 lines here: experimental design, parameter estimation, model development, and statistical analysis. Then we have for process synthesis, analysis, design, and retrofit. Then model predictive control and real-time optimization. And the last line, planning, scheduling, and the integration of process operations into the supply chain for manufacturing and distribution. So the whole line is here. There are some methods that can be used in such of process optimization. You can see here mixed integer nonlinear program, mixed integer linear program, quadratic programs, integer programming. In this figure, you can discover all these optimization problems that I introduced here. So optimization is upper side, and then mixed integer, and then nonlinear programming, continuous, differentiable, non-differentiable, and so on, convex, not convex, and which of them is used in each point. Now we will speak a little bit about optimization applications in engineering. So optimizations has found widespread use in engineering application, especially in the engineering of process systems. Problems are many, have many alternative solutions, can have complex economic and performance interactions, and it is often not easy to identify the optimal solution through intuitive reasoning. The economic of the system often indicate that finding the optimum solutions translate into large saving along with the large economic penalty for sticking to suboptimal solutions. So optimization has become a major technology that helps the industry to remain competitive. In table 1, we have summarized optimization problems that are encountered in all phases of engineering, from model and process development to process synthesis and design, and finally to process operations, control, scheduling, and planning. Everywhere we have to take into account optimization. So here it's this table related to mathematical programming in process systems engineering. Different steps, you can see process model building, process design synthesis. Here are some different processes taken from mechanical engineering and chemical engineering. You can see heat exchangers, mass transfer, exchangers, separations, reactors. Then process operations, that is quite the same for different process systems. Scheduling, supply chain, real-time optimization. With this component, which one can be found here? And the last one, process control. With other component, you can see model predictive control, nonlinear model predictive control, and hybrid model predictive control. In addition to all the information that I gave you here very briefly, there are optimization algorithms that have been incorporated into a wide variety of optimization modeling platforms, including MATLAB. We are using mostly MATLAB, but there are also other platforms that you can use for different other kind of process. And I put here some applications. Some applications can be determining the best site for plant location. Other one, routing tankers for distributions of crude and refined product. Other applications, sizing and layout of a pipeline, designing equipment and an entire plant. A lot of optimizations problems. Other examples, scheduling maintenance and equipment replacement. Operating equipment such as tubular reactors, columns, and absorbers from chemical side. Evaluating plant data to construct a model of a process. We are interested in this component. You will see in the next presentation. Other possibility, minimizing inventory charges. Allocating resources or services among several processes. And another one, the planning and scheduling construction. There can be so many applications, and I remember very well in 2014, I was invited in near Kolkata.
Hi, Valentina. Sorry, Rajeshri here. Okay, in the interest of time, I would like you to go through 1 or 2 applications and conclude in the next 5-10 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yes, 5 minutes.
Yes.
I will finish very, very fast because I will skip many slides.
Perfect, perfect.
We'll see the second where I have an example. Can be as an inspiration for a student. Let's see. Let's share first. I think is this. Yes. Yes, it's this. I will show you because I prepare it very fast. So it's related to renewable energy, and for greenhouses, passive greenhouses that we imagine and model, you can see they are very useful because they can feed a lot of population, 10 times that the same surface. And you can see schematic passive greenhouse that is using sun energy, wind energy, heat pump. And here is the model, mathematical model that we implemented in a MATLAB Simulink. So we are looking to optimization by mathematical and computer modeling. And we used, of course, some smart fuzzy logic control. But here in this slide, you can see what I want to show. Let me move a little bit this. So the greenhouse mathematical model, it's on the upper side of this page of this slide, and you can see a lot of parameters. We introduced originally this formula. You can find the volume of the greenhouse inside the density, internal surface, the sun influence, the heat flow produced by solar illumination, and so on. And you can see here a coefficient alpha, that is the heat amount that is transmitted through the walls. And we optimize this model, and we try to find the wind influence on alpha, because there are some days with a strong wind, and that can be influenced very much the temperature inside. And I can tell you that for this wind influence on alpha, to find all the coefficients here and to maximize the influence of the temperature inside and minimize the influence of wind, our team applied genetical algorithms. And going further, just want to slide to understand, because I did not insist on the model is here. And much important is that after we optimize all parameters, you can see here a specific temperature outside this red line, external temperature, the influence of wind. You can see here, there are some real record that we obtained from Toulon University in France. And then we use our specific controller. But first of all, the second figure down on the page, you can see the greenhouse green line, and the blue line is the model, the mathematical model, because we are interested to obtain a precise mathematical model to work with it in parallel and to obtain a very good value at the output. So after tuning all these parameters and after optimizing wind influence on this alpha parameter, you can see that our model is quite near to the real greenhouse. And otherwise, only for your knowledge, this kind of greenhouse you can put on the top of the mountain in the desert, and you can have vegetables, flowers in all moments when you want. Here it's near San Remo in Italy. The top of the mountain is full of greenhouses that produce flowers for their festivals and for people there, also vegetables. And I will stop here because the time is short, and I wanted only to introduce a short application to understand things related to optimization. And that is very, very important for our engineering side. So thank you very much for your attention.
So that was an amazing session from you, Dr. Valentina. Really, we have enjoyed, and obviously we all understand that how cost is such a driving parameter across everything, and obviously optimization plays a very vital role. Thank you so much. On behalf of IEEE, TEMSMET and SICSR, I'd like to propose a vote of thanks to you, ma'am, for taking out time from your busy schedule and gracing this occasion. I'm sure that we are all motivated from your keynote, and we can use the same for our research purposes in the future. I'd like to also propose a virtual memento to you, ma'am, requesting you to kindly please accept this virtual memento as a token of appreciation.
Thank you very much. Thank you a lot.
Sorry, for photo bombing.
So these were the keynotes for the noon batch, and I'd like to request now Dimple Pal to take it from here. Over to you, Dimple.
But I think before we move on to the panel now, I think we should open our cameras and take a screenshot.
Everyone, please turn on
Request
their
all of you
camera.
to open your cameras. Sudeshna, Savita.
Everyone ready? Okay, smile.
Neha. Okay, somebody on count of 2. Smita, you are taking? Thank you.
I'm done.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Over to you, Dimple, ma'am.
Thank you, Pratmesh. So we had an amazing session. And now we move to our last session for today, the panel discussion on importance and impact of diversity in industry. And I welcome all our panelists and moderator for today. Sudeshna Chaudhary, she heads Strategy and Business Analytics A&I at TCS. She will be moderating the session. She is IEEE Senior Member for Kolkata section and Chair for Women in Engineering, IEEE Kolkata section. She is the first chapter lead in India for Women in Data and Asia region head for the same. Sudeshna, request you to introduce to our panel members and kindly proceed with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimple. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to be part of this discussion. And let me quickly go to the subject. Of course, it's a very close to heart subject for me, and diversity from all aspect in workforce. How, of course, it's very important. And we will discuss today how the impact has been on the industry. And we have a very diverse pool of panelists with us. Let me quickly introduce them to all of you, and then we will move to the discussion. We do have with us Savita Kulkarni. She is the head of AI services in analytics and insights in TCS. She has over 23 years of experience in data analytics, AI and knowledge management, with roles spanning across solution architect, program management, advisory services, and practice management. Then we have Mr. Jitendra Tanna, founder and president, Eterna Solutions Private Limited, Pune. He's an experienced CEO with a demonstrated history of working in the outsourcing and offshoring industry, skilled in business solutions development, business process design, enterprise software, customer relationship management, sales management, and strong business development professional. He's a business evangelist, speaker, mentor, and advisor for future leaders, charter member and chair, Nurture Accelerator Program at Pune. Then we do have Mr. Girish Khilari, CTO and head India operations at Idiot Systems. He's a customer-centric engineering and business leader with focus on technology, data, and information. He led enterprise on-prem and cloud solutions for R&D divisions in systems, data, and applications for various MNCs. The other facet of him is volunteering, as you know, as chair IEEE Pune section, that is to foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. He is a member of South Asia Working Group that oversees IEEE Smart Village activities in South Asian countries, focusing on India. Ms. Sudhata Chandran, she is the head competency development, co-innovation and partner ecosystem in analytics and insights. Just a minute, Sujata is presently working in TCS Analytics and Insights unit, where her current role as head of competency development and co-innovation and partner ecosystem is concentrated on building a self-sustained framework for continual uptake of technical skills in the areas of data services, along with models for leadership grooming, including women-focused sessions. She is prominently diversity and inclusion champion herself. Then I'm very happy to introduce Lakshmi Subramanian. She is the head of strategic initiatives and customer engagement for non-BFSI business in analytics and insights TCS. Lakshmi has a total experience of 24 years spanning multiple functions such as analytics, marketing and sales, operations, vendor management, credit and collections, and project management. We are very happy to have all of you here. And now coming to the subject of the panel discussion, I would like to start with you, Savita. And Savita, if you can just tell us on your perspective of today's subject overall, like what is the importance and impact of diversity in the industry? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sudeshna. It's really my pleasure to be part of this forum. And coming to today's topic of discussion, which is about diversity and its impact. So see, diversity was never a matter of discussion just about a decade ago as well. And even definition of diversity was quite limited, typically restricted to male and female. And even in gender diversity, there are so many aspects, right? It's not just about man versus woman. It's also about gender expression, like is it masculine, feminine, how you act, how you dress, how you behave, how you interact. or sexual orientation, homosexual, bisexual, heterosexual, so many aspects. And apart from gender, there are so many diversities, like diversity of age, young versus old, religions, countries, regions, culture also, languages, educational background, economic status. So all these aspects are really about diversity. And it's amazing actually how all these aspects are today being identified clearly, called out, studied, and their impact is analyzed and appropriately articulated as well. So today, as we are part of a global organization, we work with a workforce which is actually reflecting this diversity, and there is a scope now to study what happens if we stick to the orthodox, traditional, autocratic way of picking up our teams versus when we build teams which represent this many types of diversity. So studies have been conducted on this aspect also, on teams having very homogenized, approach versus those where there is a lot of diversity. And it has been observed that homogeneous groups, they fare better in perceived effectiveness or perceived confidence in taking decisions. So like for example, some studies show that 70% of the studies show that there is perceived effectiveness when there is homogeneity. But in diverse groups, what actually matters is when there is diverse group, there is almost 75% of times when there is an accuracy in meeting the objective of having that team as compared to like 50% accuracy in homogenized groups. And if you look at practical experience of mine, there have been innumerable examples also. Like for example, fresh or junior members, they bring very dynamic thinking, very easily adapt to digital technologies, very eager to experiment. Whereas senior members, they bring in stability, they bring in the holistic view as well. So women often excel in multitasking, managing multiple initiatives at the same time. And when you have diverse cultural background, like from people from different states, they bring in a very different approach and perspective, especially when you are trying to respond to some challenging or complex situations. So yes, diversity has impacted us in every industry very much, and benefits of organizational transformations that are there now because of diversity is for everyone to see. We see a clear shift, in work culture itself, from being profit oriented to purpose oriented, from having hierarchies to networks now, from being very controlling to now being empowering, from being extremely planning and meticulous planning. In fact, that was how we were brought up with, to now a culture of experimentation. From being very private and only as much as required kind of communication to being very transparent. So this is recognized now and so well identified as an area that it is now also part of our leadership mentoring. And because at the end of the day, organizations are as good as the leaders and the culture they inculcate. So a positive and inclusive mindset has helped us to focus on what is right, what works, and how to work towards a desired vision. So that's how we see the impact now, Sudeshna.
Thank you, Savita. I would like to go to the next question before we have more cross questions between each of you. I would now like to hear Mr. Jitender's perspective. And over the years, the numbers on diversity have really improved. But are we there in terms of inclusivity? Or as a result, do we really have enough numbers in the frontline roles, like say in leadership positions? Sir, please share your views on the same.
True. And thanks for that. I think Savita has covered quite a bit, but I just wanted to highlight on 2-3 very important part of this diversity and inclusivity. When we look at it, a lot of time these words are, I've seen interchangeably used. Unfortunately, it's not. Those are really two very interconnected concepts. but not necessarily the same. And what we have seen is in last few years, as Savita mentioned, especially in last couple of decades, when it comes to diversity, I believe whether it's a gender diversity, it's a ethnicity, whether it's a question of low income group versus high income group, sexual orientation, all of these things have been taken care to a sizable extent. The challenge what we are looking at it right now is the inclusivity. And when we talk about inclusivity, how much contribution each of these groups are doing in terms of at the level where it is really considered as equal. Now, whether that's a contribution, that's a presence, that's a perspective of different group, how do we look at it that way? So just to share some of these statistical data, and I was like surprised when I was looking at that. Globally, right, Fortune 500 companies, when we look at it, there's only 8% of CEOs are female. So even if I look at the gender diversity as one point, forget about the other diversities for a minute, right, which is a very, very low percentage. And this is data as of June 2021. Okay. India, when I look at it, I think it's 39% of CXOs are female, which is a sizable percentage you see as a global CXO, or rather at a national level. But when I consider as a CEO, it's less than 5%. Or when I look at CFOs, it's a really terrible number. It's a less than 4%, right? And I always believe that who else can be a better person to manage the finance than the female, because that's what they do. Household finances generally is managed by female at home, right? So why that is not translating to the industry, why that is not translating to the corporates? And that's where one needs to really think about that. Yes, we are doing very good in terms of including a lot of female employees, a lot of people from a different caste, different religion, different region, socio-economic background. But are we really giving them the values? Are we really getting them up to a level where they really deserve it and where they really are better at in some of the cases, for sure? So I think that inclusion part, which is what is missing out big time. And I would strongly recommend all the panelists here and other industry veterans here to think purely from an inclusivity standpoint. Are we giving the dues? Having said that, I think that sense of belonging, right? Rather than just saying, hey, you are now part of the company and hence I've got 50% female employees, I've got 10 people who are coming from a different background. But are we giving that sense of belongingness within the work culture? Because this kind of a work culture, inclusivity, diversity, and belongingness will help you, as Savita also mentioned, in terms of productivity, in terms of creating that culture of inclusivity, respect for each other, right? I think that's my viewpoint, that we as industry leaders, we need to start focusing more towards how do we really use this diverse employee base which we have created and really include them as part of the decision making or at the authoritative level. That's my viewpoints. Sudeshna?
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Girish, I want to next ask you is while we heard on the impact of diversity and the inclusivity factor, which Jitendra sir mentioned, how has the evolution of policies around D&I been in the last decade or last couple of years, and how mindset changes become the actual differentiator while policies are, of course, the enablers? Sir, we can't hear you in case you are on mute.
Oh, so sorry. I was on mute. Extremely sorry. So yeah, thank you so much, Sudeshna. Savita and Jitendra has touched upon various aspects as far as diversity is concerned. Let me put forth my own example. I will not take more than minute and a half before I move on to the answer to your question. And then I will take IEEE as an organization, since it is spanning in 160 countries. You can imagine how important diversity is, because we are working on international conferences, workshops, and many events, activities around the clock throughout the year. So I will take then talk about how policies and various resources that are available as far as diversity is concerned and how critical are they. So let me first begin with my own example. See, I have more than almost now 30 years experience. So I lived successfully at Manchester, UK, then Sydney, Australia. Then I was also at Atsugi near Tokyo in Japan. Then I visited US not less than 20 times. And in 2011, I visited 11 times as Director Tech Support at BMC Software. Then I also visited Tel Aviv, Tel Hai at Israel. Then visited UK few times. All this is like work-related travel that I did. Then I also visited Dhaka, Bangladesh, then Bangkok, Thailand, Singapore, Dubai. All those international travels I made, and then I lived there successfully. Also made short trips during my tenure so far. Then domestic wise, I lived in Mumbai as my first job was in Mumbai. Then I visited Agartala, Ahmedabad for work, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Chennai, Bhubaneswar, Rajkot, Kochi, and many other places in India. So the point I want to make is that if you don't have that awareness and that thing back up your mind as that you will be meeting diversified people, all kind of people, all races and stuff. And if you can't work with them, then it is very difficult. So you are forced many times. Roles wise, I played many roles. I was software engineer, senior software engineer, tech lead. Then I was also lecturer, R&D engineer, then analyst, senior project manager, product development manager, product head, director tech support, director cloud operations. Then I was senior consultant with CDAC. I was co-founder of now I'm a CTO director of Elliott Systems. I'm also director R&D. And currently I'm also playing as a volunteer chairman Pune section. So those many roles I played. Reporting wise, I reported managers in India, then managers in US, UK. And I also had dotted line reporting in India, US, solid line reporting both in India as well as in US. So the point I want to make is that today's topic is diversity in industry, and you are forced actually to be part in different situations. There are tough situations that are always there because you are working in a global environment as MNCs. So you are forced to adjust many times with time zones, with because I remember that when I was director tech support, I used to work till early morning, 3 o'clock, because I was covering US region as well, MEI, US, and then for APAC, it is like from 6 to 4 o'clock, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. For MEI, it is like 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. For US, early US, it is 5:30 to 12. And for late US, it is like 9:30 to 6 a.m. in the morning. So round the clock, I manage teams. So, and then not only that, we also had our level 1, level 2 support center in China. So we were also working with engineers from China. So that was something that I experienced myself in 18 years in various big MNCs like BMC Software, Avaya. Then I was also with Saba Software. And then Gensar Technologies. So all those experiences have taught me many lessons as far as diversity is concerned. I have seen few examples which were really taken quite seriously by organizations, and people have to leave their jobs. Many times company prefer a team player over a smart architect or designer. Okay, if he's not a team player, they will rather let go that person, and they will put the average team member always front. Okay, so that is something that when it comes to diversity, that is very, very most important. So let me come back to IEEE kind of resources. So basically, what I have figured out is like, so IEEE believes that science, technology, and engineering are fundamental human activities for which openness, international collaboration, and the free flow of talent and ideas are essential. Its meetings, conferences, and other events seek to enable engaging through provoking conversations that supports IEEE's core mission of advancing technology for humanity. And accordingly, IEEE is committed to providing a safe, productive, and welcoming welcoming environment to all participants, okay, including all the staff members and vendors. at IEEE related events. And IEEE has no tolerance for discrimination, harassment, or bullying in any form at IEEE related events. Okay, so including today's event. So we are seeing that a lot of participants, speakers from all across the globe. So all participants have the right to pursue shared interest without harassment or discrimination in an environment that supports diversity and inclusion. Okay, so participants are expected to adhere to these principles and respect the rights of others. And IEEE seeks to provide a secure environment at its events. Participants should report any behavior inconsistent with the principles outlined here to any of the site staff or security or venue personnel. Or there is a email address, eventconduct@IEEE.org, so anybody can write on that email address to get if things are not really happening the way it's supposed to. So my point is like all MNCs, big organizations, mid-size organizations, they have infrastructure in place, they have policies in place, they have this code of conduct is there, and then it is followed very, very strictly at global level. So though they have offshore centers in India, they have captive centers in India, in other countries, but the global HR, global level things are taken quite seriously, even though we are dealing maybe jokingly or in light vein, but when it comes to diversity and all. So basically what I want to make point here is like everybody must take it seriously, because at the end of the day, companies are looking for world-class products. They are looking for world-class user experience for their end users. And the diversity will allow that, because then people from all races and then with, because the prime importance is given to the brain and to the ideas coming from all across from the society, from various sectors, various all kinds of people in the society. And then the contribution will definitely give a world-class product, and the professionalism is of prime importance. So that is something that always should be kept in mind. Sorry, I given elaborated a long example of my own, but since I thought diversity is the topic, I should touch upon what exactly and how and my elder daughter also born in UK. So that is another aspect, not only at workplace, but outside workplace also I interacted a lot with the society there and lived successfully. So something that also up to you, how you take it up, and then how you think about living in those countries. And many times the situation is forced on you, and you have no choice than to deal with it, because your family is with you, because your colleagues are around you, and they are from all across the globe. So try and make the best use of the resources that are available at your company intranet, okay, and then study that properly. Many times there are mandatory courses that one has to go through the company learning management system, and then there is no way that you can escape those courses. There are marks at the end of the course that you'll have to have minimum 60% or 70% score, and then that covers majority of diversity aspect. Okay, I hope that answers the question, Sudhensha. So without taking much time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. It definitely answers the question, and it was really very insightful. And of course, like while yes, mindset changes as required, but the policies are the foundations, and at times they also really enforce the mindset change, because there is a lot of awareness aspect which also comes with the policies, which really make people think differently, even if they were not. Thank you very much on that. And Sujata, now to you. We want to hear from you is how the outcomes really change and show positive results when we progress towards better inclusivity.
Thank you, Sudeshna. Special thanks to Secretary of IEEE Pune and our colleague Dr. Neha Sharma for this invitation, and to the organizers for setting this up, this particular discussion panel. The entire 3-day event is memorable. Today, the session's keynote speakers before us were so good to listen to and learn from. But today's session, if you see right from the composition and the topics, we are showing that how inclusivity can make a positive impact. So all of us by now agree what we are targeting as professionals and as an industry is to be inclusive without exception. I think the outcome of it will be if each of us can bring our genuine selves to work. If we don't have to put on a garb of conforming to somebody else's standard because that somebody else is a person who we think knows what is right and what is wrong. If we can throw all that away and bring our authentic selves, our genuine selves to work, I think that is going to harness the true potential that each of us possesses. Today, we are midway through this discussion, and Sudeshna already gave an introduction. And if you remember when Savita started speaking and she was talking that it is not just, though we speak about gender diversity, there are so many other types of diversity. Yes, so, we spoke about gender, race and ethnicity, the LGBTQ plus, and disability and neurodiversity. Today is the World Disability Day. How far have we progressed? Let us be honest, as an industry and as a nation, in being inclusive for the specially abled colleagues. Then about diversity in age, about including veterans. Yes, we have a long way to go. But what I want to quickly share today in the time given to me is how are we, there are green shoots. And what are the positive outcomes that are being seen? Many of us here are part of the Tata Group and of TCS, and IEEE again is very closely associated with the group. So we're very proud to tell you that, for example, our organization became the first one to include same-sex partners, and a sex reassignment surgery is reimbursable under medical reimbursement policy. So yes, there are green shoots, and to talk about some more things which can change. Once we have a representation, once we ensure that there is a diversity across all the different identity, all the other segments, then we will see the diversity coming not just in hiring, but in roles. We will see it in retention and definitely in career progression. Yes, what Jitendra sir said, the numbers are pathetic today when you look at senior management, but this is the only way it's going to be different. Similarly, in terms of enablement, if you're able to create a system which provides an equitable workforce. Now here, I think, again, Jitendra sir was talking about it. Are we considering everybody equal? And I have this favorite example. It's actually pictorial, but I'll try and explain it about, the difference between being equal and being equitable. So if you imagine a father and a teenage daughter and a little toddler, maybe a second child, and all of them are obviously differing in height. And if you want to give all of them equal upliftment, maybe you'll give everybody a box of the same height, but that's not going to help them see at the same level. Maybe the toddler needs 3 boxes and the teenage girl needs 2. So are we being equitable or just being equal in handing out privileges, so to say? If you're able to have equitable enablement, it will lead to changes in policy. It will lead to changes in infrastructure access. I again spoke about the disability and the neurodiversity aspects, and overall the entire governance will also change on how we measure the outcomes. And another outcome which we are already seeing is certainly about engagement. See, today we are connecting. At work, we are connecting. The awareness is so high. We are connecting across this network of diverse communities so that everybody feels that they are valuable. When Sudeshna spoke about me, she added a line that I am a diversity and inclusion champion. That's what I like to think I am. But I have understood that I have so many implicit biases, and I think each of us has. So we have to make a conscious effort to overcome that, and that is going to lead to creating allies. If we can really create engagements which are in terms of partnership, that's going to be a positive impact. It is happening. I think all of us will agree we are seeing this in our organization. So overall, it's creating an ecosystem, creating a workplace environment where everybody can interact with each other and get the support system which they need to be able to exhibit bias-free manners. I know it is easier said than done, but that is where I said, unless each individual makes an effort, we as an industry, I think individuals are making an effort because we as an industry are progressing. So if I were to summarize, I would say that this policy, if you're able to be inclusive without exception, we are going to see tremendous outcomes. We are going to see, we are going to see a culture of intentional growth and success. We are going to see a purposeful change. And most of all, we are going to value partnerships of individuals. Thank you, Sudeshna. Back to you.
Thank you, Sujata. It was really wonderful inputs from you. And now, Lakshmi, maybe in sync with that, what are your thoughts on how can organizations really get serious about D&I? Lakshmi, we are not able to hear you.
Savita, I think she had some problem, right? Who had? I don't know.
Yeah, Savita had some problem, but I think
I can see. Yeah, she is there.
Oh, she is not unmuted.
Lakshmi, kindly unmute, please. She can unmute herself. Yeah, she's there.
Yeah. I was prevented from unmuting, so sorry. I had put that in the chat earlier that I was not able to unmute. But
yeah,
thank you very much.
Actually, self unmuted. Okay, then continue.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was really good to hear from all of the panelists today, and perhaps this question is a little bit more holistic in terms of how do you actually implement this on the ground. And if you really look at it, there are three things or three perspectives we can look at. What is the real problem? One is a numbers game, right? So every organization aspires to achieve certain number of KPIs, including related to diversity and inclusion, etc. But what is the real number that we're looking at? So let me just give you a quick analogy to explain this. So if we look at the US geography, and let's say the percentage population of African Americans in US is about 18%. Does that mean an organization should strive to reach an 18% number of making sure that they have adequate representation of African Americans in their workforce? No, actually, that's really not where it even begins. To truly have an impact in the organization, when you're really looking at diversity and inclusion, you must look at a much higher number when you're looking at your specific metrics. So really, we're looking at three aspects. One is, what is the real problem? The real problem is underrepresentation of diversity in your organization across various factors. The second issue is, what is the real number that you're really striving for as an organization, and what is the mandate that you're giving to your leaders? And then the third element is, what are the consequences? So what's the real problem? What's the real number you should take as a target? And what's the real consequence? So oftentimes what happens is organizations look at this as mere metrics that need to be met. But actually the problem is far deeper. So if you look at it, diversity cannot be a numbers game. If you really want to talk about inclusion, we're talking about impact. And companies can mandate diversity, but you have to actually create a culture of inclusion. But to create a culture of inclusion, what needs to happen? There are factors that come into play both at an organizational level as well as as a leadership level. So at a very high level, I'll just outline some of the things that organizations can look at from a best practices standpoint. One of the wonderful things to do for organizations to get started would really be to put together a panel to really drive this holistically across the organization. So for the first thing is, first of all, do you really understand your own organizational makeup? And in all of the communities, especially if you're a global company across operating across multiple geographies, what does diversity and inclusion really mean to you? So every community will have its own nuances. So first of all, identify the makeup of your own organization, then set the right roles and responsibilities for everybody involved in this value chain. It's not just an HR problem. It's not just an employee problem. It's not just a leadership problem. This really should percolate across the organization as a culture. Then the third aspect that an organization could look at is to look at diverse sourcing channels. Where are you actually hiring from? You can partner. One of the other elements that you could use to dovetail this particular aspect is partnering with diverse communities for diverse outreach programs. So you have a good representation of the community in which you operate. Of course, one of the other elements is an organization's ability to implement bias-free recruitment. So everything begins with who you invite into the door to be a part of your organizational culture. And of course, once the hiring is done, you have to be able to provide a discrimination-free workplace. And then you sum it up with constant monitoring, evaluation, and optimizing your efforts, never resting on your laurels, whatever the laurels may have been that you may have achieved from a KPI standpoint. But really what it boils down to is diversity and inclusion can only be successful if the leader begins that process. So the success or failure of a diversity and inclusion initiative within an organization rests solely in the hands of the leadership team. So one of the things that I was reading in preparation for this panel is a paper written by Dr. Terry Coughlin. She's with Deloitte. This paper was put out a few years ago, where she was talking about the 6 traits of an inclusive leader. The first thing, which I believe Sujata and others also alluded to, is cognizance. First of all, what does that mean? Do you really understand your own biases? Let's begin there. The second thing is an element of curiosity is necessary from a leader. For example, at least I know from my experience working in the corporate world, when you get into any meeting where there are more than 10 people involved, there are always 1 or 2 people who tend to hog the airtime in meetings. So how does a leader make sure that they are inclusive and make sure that everybody's voice is heard and no voice is subjugated because 1 or 2 individuals have a tendency to speak more than others or want to make their opinion heard more than others? So an innate curiosity to understand others and hear from others is important. The third trait that is necessary for a leader is cultural intelligence. So for us in an organization like TCS, we have an opportunity to move from place to place. I think Jitendra spoke about his experience of being in various roles across the globe. And so how do you dovetail yourself to that particular culture? Therefore, cultural intelligence becomes important. The fourth trait of a leader that makes for a successful D&I initiative is collaboration across the board. The fifth one is commitment to the goals of the organization and also self-goals for yourself and for your team and for your unit. And the last element, that trait of a true leader who is committed to this process, is the courage to take actions. Therefore, the one thing that we talked about is consequence. So every organization needs to really look at what are the consequences of leaders not meeting the organizational objectives, not just from a metric standpoint, but to really institute a culture of inclusiveness within that organization means there has to be a consequence. It's not just another KPI that you get away with not meeting, right? So, for example, I was listening to some lectures earlier today on diversity and inclusiveness, and the analogy drawn was that if you have a salesperson, and if a salesperson does not do well, so initially you may give them feedback and give them an opportunity to rectify whatever feedback has been given. But even after that, if that is not rectified, then they are shown the door. So similarly, if an organization is really serious about meeting its commitment to becoming more diverse and inclusive and benevolent in the society that they operate in, then there has to be commitment to consequence as well for leaders from meeting the organizational objective as well. Thank you so much, Sudeshna. Back to you.
Thank you, Lakshmi, and it was a very good chain of perspective from all of you. And while I was listening to all of you, the way I can think of concluding is a small little perspective from me, that yes, there is no doubt on the importance. We see the impact of diversity in industry, and of course we also heard that how senior management and organizations can handle, and what is the thing required to take up D&I seriously. And of course we see why it is required. Having said that, we also need the equivalent amount of skills coming into the industry to cater to that, and that very nicely jails with one of the recent research that we are doing on behalf of IEEE Women in Engineering Kolkata, that I was in a study to understand that, and that is more example from gender diversity perspective, that 75 years back, pre-independence, how were women doing in science and core industry, core engineering career path. And one of the interviews I was reading for our first women mechanical engineer in India, Ila Majumdar, and she was telling, I was the only girl in a class of 60. Then with further research, we discovered that even in early 90s, that is after 50 years, in most reputed colleges, it was either one girl in a class of 60 or 100, or it was even amounting to no girls in a class of 50 or 100 for mechanical engineering. But having said that, if I look at the data point for the last 10 years, percentage has not really improved drastically, but it's a very, very positive percentage, whatever be the. And if we go to the reasons, there are several, and policies is also one of them. Mindset is one of them. Seriousness is one of them. And the industry opportunity, that is the biggest driver. And the ecosystem that has been built to really have diverse workforce into it and then enjoy the benefit out of it has also improved over the years. So with that, I would like to conclude and open up for if we have any questions from anybody.
Looks like they are all hungry.
Okay, then I think we can conclude now, and Dimple, over to you.
So since morning 9 o'clock, like hungry means
Thank you, Sudeshna. I'm sure this was a very interesting session and we had a lot of perspectives. And I would give the stage to Smita. Smita, I would request you to come.
Yeah, thanks, Dimple. So today, indeed, it was a very insightful and a chilled session. So now I call upon Dr. Neha Sharma, Secretary IEEE Pune section, and a proud TCSR to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, Neha. Neha,
Dr. Neha, please unmute yourself. Okay.
I think you need to unmute Dr. Neha.
Yep, you're
yes, there. Now I could. Yes. Thanks, Dimple and Smita, for driving this entire session so beautifully. What a blast we had this morning. So many power-packed sessions on this industry forum, where we heard about leadership development, talent and technology management, research and development. And now it's turn to thank each one of them who made this possible. At the outset, I would like to thank IEEE TEMSMET, IEEE Pune section, TEMS Pune chapter, joint chapter of AP, MTT, EMC, Industry Relations Committee, Symbiosis Institute of Computer Studies and Research, Symbiosis Center for Entrepreneurship and Incubation, for helping us carve out something so very relevant in the current times. It's my proud privilege to express on behalf of organizing team our sincere thanks to all the speakers today, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Yordo, Dr. Vishwajit, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Simon, Ravi Kiran, Dr. Valentina, as well as panel discussion team, Sudeshna, Savita, Sujata, Lakshmi, Girish sir, Mr. Tanna, for sparing their valuable time and sharing their immense knowledge with all of us. Their presence here is a gesture of great importance to each one of us. Mr. Girish Khilari, Chair, IEEE Pune Section, Prashant Joshi, Chair, TEMS Pune Chapter, and Dr. Rajshri, Vice Chair, TEMS Pune Chapter, have always taken keen interest and led TEMS Pune Chapter in right and purposeful direction. We express our sincere thanks to each one of you. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record my hearty thanks to IEEE Pune Section members, TEMS Pune Chapter members, professional volunteers, and student volunteers for their untiring effort and participation. Thank you all for your perseverance and hard work in making this industry forum possible. But before we conclude, I wish to thank all the participants who have joined us for this live event and hope that it was a fruitful learning experience for each one of you. Take care, stay safe, and bye-bye. Thank you all.
Okay, before we conclude, I think we can take one again screenshot, opening our camera.
Yeah.
Rohan, can you stop sharing? And the count of somebody is counting. I keep asking this. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it's done.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank
Enjoy your day.
Yeah.
And then join back at 2:15 for our next keynote session.
Thank you. And